right, it's 6 o'clock. This is a hybrid meeting of the city council. Members of the public can view this meeting live on Channel 8, the city's website, and YouTube. Live Spanish translation service are being provided for tonight's council meeting by telephone. Please dial 720-386-9023 and use code 104091 asterisk. The clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute. The clerk is the host of the Zoom meeting. Speakers will be able to unmute. The clerk. To presenters. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. We're very happy to be before you this evening to give you a primer session on the long-term financial plan. We did an RFP last year and selected Raftellus as our consultant to help guide us through this process. This process will result in receiving a tool in Excel that has a set of 10-year financial projections, both revenue and expenditures, for the general fund and also for our capital funds to look at our CIP planning efforts and funding around those areas, and also the GIDs and the URA. We're still working on several segments of this engagement with Raftellus. We will be back in front of you in May to present the entire long-term financial plan to you, but in preparation of that, we wanted to get in front of you tonight to share the approach and philosophy and explain some terminology so that that will be a more meaningful experience for all of you in May. And we look forward to answering any questions you may have, but we'll give you a good overview of where we are within this process. We started last June. Our engagement goes until July 1st of this year. And it's just been a really great process so far, and we look forward to sharing a lot with you tonight about that. I am going to turn it over to our consultants who are with us remotely, Emily, Jonathan, and Claire.
Emily, are you there? Oh. Okay, Emily, Claire, can you try that, your audio one more time?
Good evening. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear y'all. We have the presentation pulled up over here, but did you want to share your screen and do the presentation on your end?
I think we can let Chris go ahead and advance slides and then just walk through the presentation that way.
Okay, thank you. Oh.
All right.
Can you try your audio one more time?
Oh, does it not work when we're...
No. Okay, Emily and Claire, we noticed this morning that if we actually put the presentation on our end, it mutes y'all's audio. So if you're able to, you can screen share, and that'll let us be able to see you and hear you.
Okay. Let me see if I can figure out where. Apologies, just trying to figure out where we can share the screen here. There we go.
We could see it on our end. Thank you.
Claire saves the day. Thank you all. Technology is fun. Okay. And then do I also have a video option, or will it stay without video?
It should be able to stay, and we should be able to view it.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's go ahead and roll then. Thank you all, and thank you for your patience as we work through the technology fund. As mentioned, my name's Emily Usselton. I'm the project manager with Raftellus, joined by my colleague Claire Pritchard, who is also an integral part of our project team. Unfortunately, our project director, Jonathan Ingram, could not escape the snowstorm and partial shutdown travel woes, so he is somewhere in airspace at the moment, and apologizes for not being able to be with you. Some council members may remember him from when we first started off about the middle of last year with some of the initial interviews, and so he continues to be part of the project team and will certainly be with you in May as well. And so, as Teresa mentioned, we really just want to lay a good foundation and grounding for all the work that has gone into the long-term financial plan for the city already, and kind of what is to come, which is some of the other exciting pieces as well. So our agenda for this evening is to give you kind of the long-term financial planning 101 from our vantage point, and sort of tailored to how we've scoped this project work for the city. Spend a little bit of time going through some key terminology terms that you'll continue to hear tonight as well as in May and going forward. And we're going to do our best to remain consistent in all of that terminology. And then Claire will walk you through some of the mechanics and the structure of how the financial model was built. As Teresa mentioned, ultimately the deliverable, or one of the key deliverables, is the model itself as a tool that is dynamic for city staff to use in the financial forecasting process, the budget development process, and ultimately for data-driven decision-making and policy discussion. And then we'll wrap up and kind of share with you where we are in the overall project timeline and what the next steps are. All right, so to start with an introduction, what do we mean by long-term financial planning? From our vantage point, the annual budgeting process is usually a very well-defined process, as you all know. And the forecast, what it does is provide a little bit more of a medium-term horizon and really guardrails to guide the annual budgeting process. And so where the budget may have many levers and fine-tuning that can happen in a 12-month cycle, taking a longer-term view helps to make sure that you're sort of staying in the parameters of the overall track that the city is on from a financial perspective. And so what it does is lean heavily on trends, typically historical trends that have been kind of normalized for past practice and behavior that we've seen in revenue and expenditures overall. But it's also going to look forward in terms of potential new development and other exogenous factors that may come into play and are frankly more relevant looking ahead than history looking behind. So it's sort of a combination of both, but certainly rooted in the underlying trends of revenue and expenditures in the city, and understanding how the pace and trajectory of both of those things are positioning the city long-term or medium-term to inform then the annual budget process. And then the other nice part of the model and how it will play out for you all as a tool is once a solid baseline projection is developed, it introduces the potential for scenarios. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. But as you're entertaining or discussing potential long-term policy decisions, key kind of actions around capital investment perhaps, or debt service or potential new debt, or large new development, infrastructure investment, those sorts of things, you can help kind of see what those types of decisions may do from a forecasting and an estimates perspective over the long run, which certainly helps kind of engage and inform the decision-making and discussion process along the way. There are several advantages, obviously, to long-term financial planning. It's an industry best practice. We'll share a Government Finance Officers Association or GFOA quote here in a minute. But, one of the key advantages is taking that medium-term or long-term view allows the city to proactively sort of see where there may be potential risks or where there are sensitivity in the underlying kind of economic factors that drive the city's financial position, and proactively decide how to kind of correct for those or make decisions that mitigate those risks over the long run. It also helps kind of make sure that you're looking beyond the one-year budget process to some of your other longer-term plans, which we know the city has between the comprehensive plan and the capital improvement plan. It sort of nestles nicely among those sort of series. If nothing else, municipalities love to plan. And so this is one of those that takes a little bit longer term view and will kind of show you where it fits. And, you know, it appreciates that at the end of the day, it is frankly just an estimate. But I think it helps ground the outlook and the initial discussions as you move from year to year around policy and the potential kind of financial considerations or resourcing discussions that are associated with that. Next slide. So here's a GFOA quote, as mentioned. You know, it really kind of integrates council strategic planning that goes on, that gives staff direction around the policy priorities of the community and the long-term objectives of what the community is trying to achieve. And it also builds, you know, financial literacy within staff and within the community as well. You know, as local government, we don't get the pleasure of issuing more debt in order to cover all of the service needs. We have to stay balanced each and every year. And there are really hard decisions that go with that balancing process year in and year out. And so it helps for the community to sort of understand what those key levers are and what the difficult trade-offs may be in those types of scenarios from year to year when determining service levels and determining resourcing over the long run. So as you can see here, kind of from the gears or gadgets, the long-term financial plan sort of sits on the left-hand side here, my left-hand side, nestled between kind of the comprehensive plan, or what is typically kind of a 20-plus year plan, and a capital improvement plan, which we tend to see in kind of a 5-year horizon. And it is what you all do, I think, as well as a 5-year plan. So a long-term financial plan typically is going to be 5 to 10 years. The one that we have built for the city is a 10-year plan. Again, just to give a little bit longer projection horizon for those underlying trends. Certainly the further out you get after 5 years, you know, those estimates become a little bit more difficult, but it still gives you the overall kind of track or trajectory that the city is on, kind of based on current decision making and current economic factors as they're known. And as you can see, all of that kind of wraps nicely into the annual budget process to sort of, again, provide the guideposts, the guardrails to inform that annual process where you're going to do most of the fine tuning and pulling different levers and making those difficult kind of decisions and service level resourcing conversations that happen each budget cycle. And so to kind of wrap up high level what the key differences are between a long-term model, a long-term financial plan, and an annual budget process. You know, at the end of the day, in the model, what we're trying to do is understand the trends and use kind of the underlying trends to reasonably predict what may happen over multiple years. And so it certainly will not be as precise as the budget process, but we'll understand the revenue drivers, the rate of growth, the expenditure drivers, that rate of growth, and if those two are on slightly different paths, what that looks like over the long run for the city. Whereas in the budget process, you have kind of several more knobs and levers at your disposal, at least in the near term, for making adjustments to make sure you maintain the fiscal balance. But sometimes when doing that kind of year in and year out, it's hard to see potentially the structural, or which we'll talk about in terminology, or the long-term kind of implications of those fine-tuning adjustments that happen year in and year out. And that's where the long-term financial plan can really help kind of set the overarching outlook for that. And then in terms of kind of the decision scope, and this is important, especially as we think about kind of scenario-based modeling. In the annual budget process, as you all know, there are many decisions and often difficult ones regarding kind of the appropriate level of staffing, the appropriate service delivery that you're trying to do, and maintaining the adequate infrastructure investment that you want to see that sort of meets the growth and needs of the community over time. Whereas in the long-term financial plan, you're mostly focused on really high-level policy and investment conditions, kind of understanding your rate of capital investment over time, the ability to maintain the assets that you have currently, the ability to increase or scale your staffing levels to meet higher service demand as that may happen over time with growth in population and or community needs and quality of life factors that you all are considering. So it's taking a little bit more strategic or longer term view around those types of policy investments and putting a fiscal component to it. You would use typically the long-term financial model as kind of a warning or indication system to make sure that you're still kind of in alignment between your ongoing revenues and expenditures. Whereas your annual budget process, obviously you're trying to get to that balanced incremental solution, kind of knowing how revenues will grow and how the expenditure growth may pace with that. All right, we'll go through some terminology here quickly, and then I'll turn it over to Claire. First, just high-level planning mechanisms. You'll hear us say baseline projection a lot. I like to think of this as just what does it cost to keep the lights on? Basically, to maintain the same level of services that you provided last year over the next 10 years, kind of given what we know. It's the starting point, exactly as it implies. And it really is the foundation for scenarios. And so one of the key components here that we've been working with the project team on is knowing that, baseline is really trying to, for the most part, strip out the policy decisions that may occur in any given budget cycle and just focus on kind of what the service level expectations are currently and how you're resourced to provide those and how that changes over time. So you're not really introducing many fluctuations or changes besides knowing how the cost of inputs and or your revenue are going to grow over time. Assumptions we have across each of the major revenue and expenditure categories, which Claire will talk through. And they are kind of the true underlying variable or growth assumption that we use for each of those categories. So it may be that we say property tax is growing at 1.5% or 2%, and we think healthcare costs are going to grow at 5%. And each of those assumptions are usually rooted in kind of key data sources and maybe historical trend, maybe kind of future or external economic data that's available, or a combination thereof. And obviously in May, we'll get into the nitty gritty of each of those underlying assumptions, but that's sort of what's going to drive the change in that revenue or expenditure category over time, year over year. And then one of the things we like to do, for example, in Commerce City, is look at sensitivity. So with sales and use tax as such a large component of your overall revenue sources, looking at how changes in particular industry growth or changes in that underlying revenue source over time impact the entire kind of fiscal outlook of the city is really helpful to know, so that you can kind of figure out what those key drivers are and know kind of what the risk is if they change in one direction or the other over time. Mainly testing or probing if your assumptions fail, which in a forecasting environment or an estimate, they certainly won't be perfect. So it's good to know how it may change over time. And then we've talked about scenarios, but they're, as discussed, kind of the high level changes in either economic conditions or major policy decisions that may change the trajectory of the city's kind of financial outlook over time, given that decision. On the revenue and expenditure concepts, a couple things to kind of keep in mind. One of the more difficult parts of forecasting, but important parts, is to focus on ongoing versus, or in this case, recurring versus non-recurring. So there are a lot of kind of one-time things that happen in a given budget year, sources of revenue that maybe weren't anticipated, or large expenditures that only happen as an initial investment and not necessarily over time. And so one of the things that the model does and the tool does is try to sort of normalize or account for those one-time or non-recurring items to focus on the recurring items. Again, getting to the underlying trends that are forecasting the revenue and expenditure position over time. As you all know, there's a lot of different colors of money, we may say, are dedicated funds. So you get all sorts of sources, particularly intergovernmental sources from state and federal and grants that have a specific purpose that you have to use it for. And so, the models that we've built kind of account for all of those various sources, but also understand when they have to go directly to a specific kind of purpose as a result of the source coming in. And then designated funds is just a little bit different, but that kind of comes to your year-end process. And when you go through determining kind of what your general fund balance position is, and there are certain monies that kind of have already been earmarked through your council's policy decisions or administrative policy, financial policies that you all have in place, that sort of thing to make sure it's accounted for before looking at kind of unassigned or funds that are not designated. Cost drivers are just sort of as expected, but what are the specific factors that, for example, drive each of your expenditure categories? This may be the rate of repair and replacement for your infrastructure, gas prices, labor contracts, or benefit rate negotiation or premium rates over time that influence personnel costs, for an example. And then deferred maintenance is one that we run into often in the forecasting process. And this is really just the rate of kind of maintaining the existing assets that the city owns over time, and that rate of either repair, maintenance, and replacement. And if that rate hasn't sort of maintained the steady reinvestment as expected, it creates what we call deferred maintenance, or kind of a catch-up that is needed to make sure that your assets are optimized and sort of used to their fullest extent for the useful life that's intended based on your rate of reinvestment. And then debt capacity, as many of you know, is just, there's usually a much kind of higher legal limit that's imposed on municipalities in the state of Colorado. And then you may have financial policies that are more restricted to kind of maintain conservative debt capacity. But it's just, if you were to issue additional debt, how much could you issue, in accordance with your financial policies, or whatever is the most restrictive for future kind of infrastructure investment if desired. And then lastly, some core metrics. So kind of outcomes, what are we looking at when we finally see all of these assumptions and different revenue and expenditure categories put together and looking over a 10-year horizon? The first two are kind of the key terms, and you'll hear structural a lot. And structural really just tries to get at that ongoing underlying trend, and is that in line, or is there a mismatch? If it's in line, i.e. structural balance, it just means that your rate of revenue growth, of ongoing revenue growth, is either the same as or ideally greater than your rate of ongoing expenditure growth. And this this sort of is the gold standard of financial sustainability over time. There are a lot of factors that influence that, and most municipalities face financial constraint that is usually economically driven in some instances, given the kind of normal economic cycles. And so when you face a structural deficit, it's just as it implies, it's where the revenue growth really isn't maintaining itself at a rate to cover the rate of expenditure growth, or the cost of goods, whether that's labor, capital, or a combination thereof, to provide services to the community. And so, if you're growing, if your revenues aren't quite growing at a pace that is good enough for the underlying expenditure growth, then you're in a fiscal gap scenario, or what we may call a budget gap, where you just have a negative difference, or a difference between revenues and expenditures that requires you to make adjustments typically in service levels or infrastructure investments to maintain balance each year as part of your budget process. And then on the balance sheet side is the fund balance and reserves, which are part of the model as well. It's sort of looking at your ability to add to the savings account or to the reserve balances that you have in place, whether they're designated through a financial policy for economic downturns or for those emergency scenarios, or just kind of unassigned and available in case, conditions change, which they do, as we all know, quickly, and you need to kind of pivot and adjust as needed. And so the financial condition assessment, which is a component of the work that we've done, is really kind of our systematic evaluation of all of these things. So it takes kind of both the balance sheet approach of, what is the kind of fund balance and reserve position and ability to meet debt and other long-term needs, as well as kind of the ongoing structural position of revenues and expenditures, and will that impact kind of the expectation of service levels that the community has over time. And then to wrap it all up, that's how each of these things sort of play into the long-term financial plan. So it just provides that fiscal component to, each of the key policy decision-making conversations that you all are having actively as a governing body. It's, introducing kind of the scenarios or the discussions around what is the right level of service and how do you scale that over time, particularly in a growing community like Commerce. What's the rate of capital and infrastructure investment that's needed to ensure that your assets are well maintained and optimized over the long run? And then, what's the community desire and what's the growth that's going to continue to drive revenues over time and also kind of provide the quality of life that you desire for your residents in kind of the service offerings that the city has. All right, with that, I'll turn it over to Claire to walk you through a few of the structural mechanics of the actual financial model.
Great. Excuse me. Thanks, Emily. So Emily's talked a lot about the theory behind what we're doing. And so I'm going to talk about how this translates into the model that we're creating for you. So our financial model, projects revenues and expenditures over a 10-year period and projects how those changes will impact the fund balance. We're looking at 3 groups of funds, the general fund, the improvement district funds, and then your capital funds. Excuse me. And as we've talked about, we established a baseline projection over that 10-year period, but then the model also allows you to compare that baseline to different scenarios and understand what those impacts will be. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. And then another important point is that, as we talked about, this is an Excel model that we are going to provide to the city, and it's designed to be dynamic, something that as new financial data or new economic data or other information comes available, that it's something that can be inputted into the model and the model will automatically take it into account. So it's designed to be a tool that can be used for many years. The way the model is structured, there's kind of 3 pillars to it. The first is operating expenditures and revenues, and we project those by category based on past history, based on trends that we see, and I'll talk more about that in a minute. Capital expenditures, those are based on your adopted capital improvement plan, and then also conversations with city staff about where there are additional needs in the next 10 years. And then finally, transfers. This gets a little complicated, but basically we try to predict how money is going to be transferred between the different funds in the model and how that's going to impact each model's available fund balance. So the revenue categories in the model, we pretty much align with the categories that you might be familiar with from the budget process or financial reporting. Property tax, sales tax, use tax, other taxes, that's things like the county road tax revenue, things like that. Franchise fees, licenses and permits, fines and forfeitures, charges for service, intergovernmental revenue, investment earnings, and then anything that doesn't fall into any of those categories, which could be something like donations that the city receives. Operating expenditures, the categories are salaries, benefits, purchased services and charges, materials and supplies, debt service, and finally, again, a catch-all category for anything not falling into one of those other categories, which could be something like utility expenses. So we divide all of your economic data, or excuse me, your financial data provided into those different categories. And then the first thing that we do is try to establish an estimate for what the base year's revenue and expenditures will be. In this case, the base year is 2026. So we have your 2026 budget, and then we use historic variance between the budget and what the actual amount was to estimate what the base year revenues and expenditures will be. So for example, if there's a category that is budgeted at $100,000, but historically you've only spent, excuse me, 90% of that budget, we're going to assume $90,000 in our model. The other thing we do is once we've established that base year number, we then project forward for 10 years by category. So each of those different categories have a different projection, and they're each based on the best available data for that category. So some of the data that we use, obviously, historic trends in city revenues and expenditures. We also look at a lot of external trends, especially for revenues, things like property valuation trends, sales tax revenue by industry, building permit valuation trends, census data, interest rate trends, things like that. And that helps inform, especially our revenue forecasts. Like I said, we also look at the capital investment plan and other information on city capital needs. And then a really important one is just feedback from city staff. We're working with them really closely. We are bouncing our ideas and assumptions off of them and making sure that we account for, excuse me, anything that they brought up that we need to make sure to make the model as accurate as possible. And then finally, a little bit more on comparing the scenarios. We've talked about this a little bit already, but as Emily said, the baseline is just sort of the status quo, your existing service levels, your existing revenue sources. But the way the model is structured is it allows you to compare that baseline to other scenarios. And so you can determine what those scenarios are. So it could be something like, what if you add a new revenue source? What if you add a new program or take a program away? Or what if there's an economic downturn? What would that look like? And so you can compare not only the forecasted revenues and expenditures under those scenarios, but compare them to the baseline, so you can understand what the true impact or what the predicted impact of those changes would be and help make data-driven decisions. Excuse me. All right.
I'll wrap us up here quickly and kind of share with you what you can expect from us kind of over the next few months as we round out our project work. I think it's important to kind of wrap all of this analytical analysis and model development with kind of core objectives. And so we really had a few core objectives. I could tell Claire's trying to advance the slides here, but if we had to distill down all of this work into what are we really trying to achieve? First and foremost, we recognize that this is a really valuable tool for you all and for staff to inform discussion. It gives you a basis to have meaningful discussion and take a medium and long-term view coupled with your kind of annual budget process, and hopefully, adds some value to all of that. The other thing in kind of the municipal budgeting circles, this is, I would say, opinion, not fact, but, we recognize that from a performance metric perspective, revenue, arguably, forecasting revenue as best you can is probably one of the most important financial performance metrics. It really sets your ability to determine resourcing and service levels. And so we've spent a fair amount of time working with staff and really kind of digging deep into each of your revenue categories and making sure we have sound kind of assumptions and underlying predictors for each of those revenue categories that can, of course, be updated and changed over time, but hopefully a pretty detailed look. And then the part that's coming is really how we translate all of this for your community and for those who are engaged in the kind of the financial transparency and financial literacy for the city. And so that's the part that's still to come. That's the fun work, in my opinion. And where we'll kind of take it at a high level and be able to distill down the key things that really do impact the city's fiscal outlook in the long run. And so here is an overall timeline. As you can see, we're a good way through the contract that Teresa laid out. And so we're really wrapping up the general fund model development. There's a little bit of roll forward work now that the 26 budget's in place. We want to make sure staff are trained on the ability to use each of these models, and then kind of pull it all together in a final deliverable, and most importantly, some facilitated kind of engaging sessions with your community and with you all again in May to share our findings and gather some feedback. So in terms of work completed already, we've interviewed most council members at this point, finance and leadership team. We've completed the condition assessment and obviously developed most of the model. In terms of work to come, that's where we have your next presentation in May, which will promise to be a little more dense and full of numbers, most likely than this one was. But we'll show you the baseline forecast and the preliminary outlook as a result of the financial model that's been built. To the extent it makes sense, the timing of it aligns nicely with your 2027 budget development process. And so if there are scenarios, we may kind of build in a few of those so that you can sort of see how those mechanics work in comparing to the baseline. And then we'll also, around the same time, begin the public engagement sessions. And so we've been working actively with city staff to kind of develop the agenda for this. We're really excited. We plan to do kind of 2 World Cafe style town halls that will facilitate along with staff. And of course, we'll give them kind of the same outlook and discussion that we've had with you, but really engage them around their values and their priorities, and hopefully kind of establish a really good foundation to continue that open dialogue between the community and city staff and the governing body around the fiscal outlook over the long run. And so with that, we'll pull the presentation down and be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Any council members have any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm extremely happy that we're going to be having a long-range financial plan. Could someone answer when was the last time we had a long-range financial plan delivered?
If I recall correctly, I believe it was back in 2014.
2014? Okay.
And it was quite a different model than we're following now. We're still using a lot of the great data and inputs that are based on current data available. But one thing that this will result in for us is a Excel-based tool that finance will inherit and be able to use and update every year as we go forward. And that's something that we're very excited about.
That's very helpful. And from the sounds of the presentation, there might be information forthcoming that will be useful to us, because sometimes I feel like I'm making a decision in a void without knowing whether there really is money for it. For example, a $45, $50 million police facility, if we agree to that, then what isn't being accomplished? What roads aren't being maintained or updated or whatever the case might be. So it's very concerning. So that's been on my mind a lot. So I'm glad we're finally here. Thank you very much, Teresa.
Any other council members have any questions, comments? Yes, I appreciate this outlook as well. I know we talked about this in 2020, in 2024. but we went off the course, what was suggested, and we kind of just put some numbers out there that I felt that we kind of overcommitted. So the way this is laid out is going to get us back on track. So I appreciate that because it's, we get information, but it's very valuable when we take that information and actually put it through a process so it's concrete and we don't divert from it. So thank you. Okay. All right. Up next, private golf cart pilot program follow-up. I'll invite Chad Redding, Director of Parks and Recreation and Golf, forward to make the presentation.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and member of City Council. We are here tonight to have a presentation on private golf carts at Buffalo Run Golf Course. Just to give council some background, we began this project on September 17th of 2024 with a presentation to the PRG Advisory Committee. Through that presentation, the advisory committee voted 9-1 to prohibit private golf carts at the golf course. Staff still recommends not allowing private golf carts or PMVs at the golf course for several reasons, and I'll go through those here really quick. One is liability. Although we know that there is always liability and safety at the golf course, it is certainly our job as staff to assess and mitigate that liability and risk. With adding private golf carts, there is additional traffic on the cart path for people getting to the clubhouse, which could increase user conflict. Slow pace of play with golfers that are wanting to play and waiting for carts to pass, and could also create additional unintended use on the course with people driving on the course for reasons other than golf. Additionally, there is the aspect of the community. The community is not built for carts and PMVs to really be on the streets in that area. We will talk about this a little bit in the presentation, especially as it relates to 112th Avenue. Currently, for this pilot program to work without changing any of the code, carts and PMVs will need to use the cart path to get to the clubhouse for play. Also, in addition, something to think about for the community perspective is Ordinance 2761 that prohibits off-highway vehicles on sidewalks and streets. Although golf carts and PMVs are not part of that ordinance, it could be a confusing perception to the public on why those are allowed. So something just to keep in mind. And then lastly, I think, is just the spirit of municipal golf. Municipal golf is there to be affordable and available to all. Adding private carts can create a sense of ownership or membership on the course and entitlement over other users, which can lead to tension among users. So continuing on, we had a study session. We had October 21st, 2024, council asked staff to research private carts. We did that at the February 24th study session. In order to be transparent, we had our business analyst team do that presentation and research, and they also agreed that private carts should not be allowed on the golf course. Through that presentation, council asked us to look at what a pilot program would look like. We came back June 23rd of 2025 in a study session to look at the feasibility of a private golf cart program. And out of that study session came to bring back more information related to safety, liability, cost, and fees, which we will be doing tonight. So that is our purpose tonight, to look at the feasibility, again, of a pilot program for private carts and PMVs, and through that, we'll look at safety, liability, cost, and fees. So looking at safety first, and we discussed this back in June, there are 2 city codes. The first one being Section 11-2100. Golf carts operated with the confines are on public property within 1 mile of the Buffalo Run Golf Course. So keep in mind that private golf carts are only allowed within 1 mile of the golf course. Certainly, I wasn't there at the time this city code was written, but I do believe that this code was written just for the purpose of the city fleet, to allow city fleet rental carts to pass through streets, not necessarily for private carts to be on streets to go to the golf course. And then there's Section 11-1202. No person shall operate a golf cart or low-speed electrical vehicle on a roadway that has a speed limit in excess of 35 miles per hour. This comes into play for us, for those that are aware, 112th, which is the street that the clubhouse is on, the speed limit is 40 miles per hour. So golf carts would not be allowed on that street, which means the only possible way for golf carts to get to the clubhouse would be access through neighborhoods onto the cart path. We do believe if council decides to move forward with the pilot program to keep these codes in place, it would be quite the undertaking to change them for a 6-month pilot program. And then through that program, if council decides to keep the private carts on the course, then it would certainly be something that council may want to look at, especially as it relates to 112th Avenue. Some other things that we did for safety is, as a staff, we have created a golf cart use policy, a vehicle inspection, rules of operation, course signage, user agreement, and access from neighborhoods. So the access on the front 9 that golf carts and PAVs would have are these locations. You're looking at the front 9 here on this map, and you can see the 3 locations that golf carts and PMVs could access through neighborhoods to get on the cart path. They would then follow the cart path around to get to the clubhouse. These are the back 9 locations, the back 18 holes. From a liability standpoint, we have created a waiver of liability, an authorized user list, and insurance would certainly be required for anyone that has a private cart that is using our facility. And then we would also have a release of liability, which requires signature from the user to have their golf cart on our golf course. One of the things that was asked from council was for us to look at cost. The biggest cost that we would have would be to installing signs out on the golf course. Certainly during the pilot program, we would not install these signs. It wouldn't make sense to install $20,000 worth of signs. We would just put some minimal signs out there for the pilot program if council decides to go that route. But certainly in the future, if council decides to keep this program, we would be spending that $20,000 for signage. And again, these are the locations that signage would go on the front 9. Basically anywhere where there's a street that crosses, we would have some signs, permanent signs that we would have up that would just explain the rules of being out on the golf course as it relates to a private golf cart. And then these are the sections on the back 9. So you can see there's quite a few areas that signage would go. Just wanted to talk real quick about PMVs, personal motorized vehicles. It is certainly an evolving segment of the industry, just showing different kind of carts that you can see here, and they vary quite a bit. They can just be the little e-bike scooter that you see up top, or a 4-quad wheel scooter, or the one at the bottom that looks sort of like a motorcycle. So you can see they're all over the place. Again, we would certainly require insurance for these as well, but there are currently no standards or class of vehicles as it relates to PMVs, so all would be on our course. The next section would be a cart fee option. Currently, our fee for our fleet, when people rent our carts, are $18.50. If you recall, back in June, the Park and Rec Advisory Committee and staff recommended a fee of $13.50. Where we came up with that amount was we looked at our fee of $18.50 and took the maintenance cost of that, and we're about $5 per cart in maintenance costs, so we just deducted that out of the private golf cart fee and came up with the fee of $13.50. This is something, again, that council will need to make a decision on. Also keep in mind, if it's any fee other than $18.50, we will have to get that fee into our directory of fees. But certainly something as staff that recommends of having a fee so that we don't have a revenue loss for private golf carts and PMVs. The next steps for council is to make a decision on the pilot program and whether they want to allow both private carts and PMVs or just one or the other. Certainly, there's the 2 section codes that I talked about, and staff recommends not making any changes to those. If you do want to move forward with a pilot program at this time, until we come back and see what the pros and cons are of it, and then we would need to have council make a decision on our cart fees and get that into the directory of fees if it's anything other than $18.50. And then we would move forward, if council decides with the pilot program, that would run through the summer, which is the best time to do it when you have great weather and multiple people out on the course. That pilot program would run May through October of 2026. After that program ends, we would then come back to council with how the pilot program went and would have some metrics to go with that to talk to you guys about, which could, be various things of safety, course condition, financial impact, operations, and certainly a survey that we would have available as well from the users out of the golf course for those 6 months. So with that, I will open it up to council for any questions and for decisions on the pilot program at the golf course.
Thank you, Ms. Redding. I understand we have members of PRG here tonight. Could you introduce the members who are here in attendance?
Absolutely. We have 2 commission members here tonight. We have co-chair Delilah who's here and Commissioner Carl that's here.
Okay, thank you. I would ask any PRG members to come forward if you have additional information that you'd like to share.
Sorry. Desiree.
My apologies. Sorry, Desiree. I meant Desiree, not Delilah.
I'd like to start by asking Lee some questions for the benefit of all of you, but especially for the
Start the timer.
especially for the benefit of the 4 new council members. So do we have a mandate that information provided to council and commissions from staff is unbiased and either complete or completely summarized?
So I'd look to council. Do you all want me to answer questions that are?
Sure. Just to clarify it.
So I'm assuming there's a mandate, at least an implication, that information presented to council and commissioners or commissioners from staff is unbiased and either complete, or if it's too voluminous, completely summarized.
I think that council members should expect that anything that's presented to them by way of board or commission members or of staff would be accurate, correct?
Right, so, right, that's, for me, that's obvious. Do committees or members of committees have the opportunity to make these presentations to council? For instance, if I had a large part in creating this presentation, could I be invited to make the presentation to council?
Yeah, so any board and commission, most board and commissions have language in their functions that clarify that they are advisory in nature to the body. How that is presented to council is either up to city council or up to city manager and getting that on a council agenda, and having a presentation in either a study session or in a regular meeting.
Great. So you've been involved in this since the beginning. So looking at the council communications document, is it clear to you that staff has presented a more complete picture of liabilities and things to council than was presented to the PRG, or do I need to ask Rocky and Charles to testify to that fact?
I'm not, this feels very much like a cross-examination of the city attorney.
What I'm trying to
But I
demonstrate to
will
the
say is, I have not been in any meeting.
I got a point of order here. My question here is, I'm wondering, why are we allowing PRG members to go ahead and ask questions regarding this, when in fact, this is a presentation presented by PRG.
Council-
Stand by one sec, Mr. Mayor.
Council-
The fact that
Council
PRG is presenting this, but why are we Why are we allowing PRG boards of commission to actually come up here to cross-examine or potentially testify to this matter?
So
Can you help me understand that,
Well,
Mr. Zarzaki?
I
Well,
can answer.
Councilmember Kemp, hold on just one second. I did not know this was going to be a question and answer for the record. And the timer's on, the timer should not be on. I didn't ask for timer to be on. I asked if you come forward if you had any additional questions. Did not know that you were going to ask our city attorney questions. So if you have any questions you'd like to ask us or add to the presentation, I want to advise you to do so, address your questions to the council. I mean, or just your comments, okay?
Sure, that's fine.
Mayor, may I just quickly answer Councilmember Kim's
Yes, sir.
question, which is, I do think that there is a distinction between having public comment in study sessions, which are not allowed, and council having the authority and discretion to ask individuals, particularly in this instance, of board and commissions questions as it relates to a substantive issue that the prior council did ask the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Commission to participate in. I think that's a fundamental and important distinction to be made here.
So what am I understanding then is he's up here to go ahead and just provide his,
I think it's entirely up to council on the questions that you are asking of board and commission members as it pertains to the substantive
and it's
matter.
great that boards and commission members are here, and I appreciate them being here for this, but I don't think this is quite necessary. The fact that we did have Mr. Redden already present the information, and the fact that now it's time for us to be able to ask questions that we need to with regards to this presentation.
I would agree. It's a study session for you as the city council body to ask questions, to get the information that you need to give direction to staff.
Right.
Absolutely.
Well, I appreciate that. We've had shared board meetings with planning, and we've asked planning if they had any, and they were members as well, if they had any questions at a study session. We've also had someone from the Home Builders Association come forward and also add clarity to what was at that time a topic. It had to do with their sprinkler systems. So this, to me, is similar.
Yes, correct. And that's what I'm trying to highlight is that certainly city council you all have the authority and discretion to decide who it is you would like to ask questions to, which is distinguishable from a presentation being given to you without you all asking the question.
However, Mr. Zimmerman, I would say that cross-examining or potentially questioning the city attorney with regards to this is not applicable to this. If you have additional insights to provide, that's one thing, but to go in and question it over to the city attorney, I don't think is whatever the right word is.
Thank you,
Anyways.
Councilmember Kim. I already clarified that. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
I was just going to make a suggestion that, with all due respect to Carl and Desiree, that we ask questions right now of Mr. Redden and anyone else on staff, and then we'll ask questions of the commission as well. And the commission can decide, commission members who are here can decide whether they want to augment our questions if we don't ask everything that you think we needed to know. You can share that information
Thank you.
with us.
That seems very reasonable to me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions for Mr. Redden for Parks Recs? Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you. I just have a quick question on the cart fees. Is the recommendation or the next steps that council would take, would cart fees be a part of the pilot program, or can that be also a decision that's distinguished separately from the pilot program? For instance, if council decided not to do the pilot and instead address just cart fees, is that something that's an option, or is it a package deal?
Thank you for the question, and absolutely, I think it could go either way. Council can decide not to charge any fees for private carts during this pilot program if they so choose. They can also decide to have a fee if you like, $13.50, $18.50, whatever you decide you think would be warranted for a fee. It could go either way.
Okay, so just to clarify, these fees are for the use of private carts, not the use of city carts, correct?
Yes, ma'am. The
Okay, thank you.
$18.50 is to rent one of our fleet. This would be a fee charged for private golf cart use on our course.
Thank you for that clarification. That was my misunderstanding. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Humble, did you have any question?
Yes. Thank you very much for the presentation. As I said at the presentation last June, it made sense to me that everybody paid the same amount, that there shouldn't be a benefit, if you will, to have a private golf cart on the course, that it just makes it far more complicated. I believe that you currently allow certain motorized devices. I have seen people with carts that are self-powered that sail down the course, correct?
As in private carts on the course?
It would be a bag cart that is self-powered and it just goes down the fairway.
So the only carts that we allow right now is our own current fleet. At the
These
golf
are self-powered bags on carts. The cart is self-powered.
Powered push carts.
Powered push carts. Oh,
Yeah.
yes, we do. Yes.
Yes, okay. So, and which don't look a whole lot different than some of those other ones. But I would, at this point in time, want it only to be golf carts as opposed to any of the other PEVs. Just makes it far too complicated. And those are all individuals anyway. I suppose, well, never mind. We'll just leave it at that. So I do have my own question for the city attorney, though. There was, in this presentation, it said that there were liability issues, and I wanted to get your take as our city attorney if you find that there are liability issues.
I think, so over the last several months since council previously discussed this, my staff has been working with Parks, Recreation, and Golf staff to prepare a user agreement as well as a release of liability agreement that would be used either in this pilot program or in the implementation of allowing privatization of golf carts being used. I believe that that is a robust agreement that does protect the city. I think what Director Redden was referring to may have been the illegal use of these vehicles outside of the scope of that. But as it pertains to the allowance of private golf carts being used, I think the liability concerns that we had before are greatly reduced, significantly minimized if we have folks using and signing these agreements prior to operating them on city property.
And what is your interpretation of the within 1 mile of the golf course?
I haven't done a great deal of consideration of it other than what the words say, which is that they are allowed within a mile. I have not gone back and looked at the history of when that was drafted and what the ordinance conversations were surrounding that language, but I'm certainly happy to look into it.
Are golf carts, street legal golf carts, legal in the rest of Commerce City?
Yes, so under 1202, I believe, or 1201 of the municipal ordinance, it's the amendment language of the model traffic code. It does clarify that certain golf carts, if they have the safety requirements that is established under state statute, if they have those, and they can operate on streets.
So, and I would call that street legal, so they need a windshield and lights and a
Correct.
turn signal and that kind of stuff.
Correct.
Yeah. Mr. Redden, is there a particular reason that you want to have all these various openings in the fence as opposed to having people come to the clubhouse itself?
Thank you, ma'am. I think the main one is in the code is section 11. I don't have my glasses on, so I'm trying to look. 1202, which states that even a golf cart cannot be on roadways with excess of 35 miles per hour, and 112th Avenue is 40 miles per hour. So golf carts cannot go on 112th.
Well, I think that's probably another thing we could look at as well, because it's kind of shocking to me that 112th is 40 miles an hour when there's bicycle lanes on either side. People pulling in and out of the golf course regularly, homes all along there's no commercial. I'm not sure why it is 40. City Manager Rogers, why is it 40 miles an hour?
I can't give you that answer, ma'am, because that was created prior to my time.
Okay, so maybe it's something we could review, potentially lower to 35 miles an hour.
If I may, Mayor, I think the fundamental question that we have as staff so that we can evaluate at the appropriate time is this a program that you would like for us as staff to continue to explore and developing to then determine the successfulness of it or not, which then will lead, I think, as Mr. Redden has said, there is quite a bit of work that would be necessary in refining the codes, whether or not this is something that would remain permanent or not.
Okay,
So-
then if I can finish, the March 2024 survey that the Parks, Recreation, and Golf did had, do you believe private golf carts should be permitted? 82% of the respondents said yes, 18% said no. And you may have noticed that I did a survey because I really wanted to know if it still mattered to people that they have golf courts on the golf course. And of all of those who responded, there were 79 who responded. 88% said yes, they support private golf cart use, and 12% said no. So actually, the interest in having private golf carts on the course had increased over the past several months. So I personally would like to move forward. There's a lot of interest in it, and I don't see any negatives to try a pilot project. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Young?
Thank you for your presentation today. Thank you for all of your hard work on this. I know that I'm a golfer. I love to golf. And I had a couple questions. In your presentation, I think you mentioned when you looked at other municipal golf courses, they don't allow private golf carts. Can you give a little more context and fill in a little bit more why that is, some background? I'm just curious about that.
So I think it depends on the municipality. There are some municipalities in the Denver metro areas that offer, and some offer for variable, I believe it's, and Paul can correct me if I'm wrong, our golf manager, I believe it's City of Aurora. They don't allow private golf carts, but they allow PMVs. I believe there's a municipality up north, in the north part of Denver, and I can't recall which one that allows. I know Mayor Pro Tem has mentioned that Grand Junction allows at one time. So there are some scattered ones out there here and there. There's not a lot. We don't necessarily know the reasons. Like we called a lot of golf courses and asked them, but they weren't really giving us answers as to why they do or why they do not offer. They just said they don't or they do.
City Manager Rogers mentioned part of our decision-making process is, would this program be successful? So what would success look like for PRG in our community?
Sure, absolutely. And I think we would create some metrics to look at what those successes would be, right? And I think it would be one, we could create a survey of our users that are out there and ask them what they thought of private golf carts or PMVs, depending on what council decides to do, being out on the course. Did they have any positive interactions, any negative interactions? Is the course of play, right? Are we seeing private golf carts or PMVs getting too close to the green or driving on the green? And we can use those type of metrics to see success. And I think success for us would be minimal negative interactions on the golf course and minimal degradation to the golf course itself.
You may have answered this next question already, but would there be, aside from like a liability form that needs to be signed, but like a code of conduct and, the proper use of your golf cart on the golf course, that kind of thing?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am, and we have created those and as they sign off, they would also sign off on those code of conduct.
Sure. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Redden, I do have a couple of questions for you. First question is, I noticed on the slide it mentioned that the PRG board says voted 9-1 to not allow this to, I believe that was a pilot program to occur. Can you provide some more insight to that? I know you touched on some of the reasons, but can you provide a little bit more intimate knowledge and details of that?
I'll try my best. It's been a while. When we gave that presentations, we gave both pros and cons to what it looks like on the golf course, those pros that have private golf carts out there and PMVs, and the cons to it as well. Within that presentation, as we talked about the cons, it was, again, as our city attorney talked about, we talked a lot about liability and things like that. We've done a lot of research since then. I've created a waiver of liability that people will sign, so the liability part has lessened over time. I think that was a big part of the 9-1 vote, was that liability and safety aspect of it.
So the other question too is the one that voted for it, what was the rationale, and can you explain as far as who that was then?
The one that voted against it,
Yeah.
I think for that individual, they just really wanted to see the program be out at the golf course. And they were pretty adamant about that, so I think that's why they voted.
And with regards to the pilot program, how long would the pilot program go on for?
It would be 6 months, May to October.
Say again?
It would be 6 months that we would run the pilot program.
And what were the months for that? When
It would be May, we would run it May to October of this year.
Okay. And then I know you kind of touched on it within the actual slideshow too, but I mean, how are we allowing these golf carts to get to the golf course?
So they would have to access in the neighborhoods where the golf cart path crosses streets. They would enter there and then follow the flow of traffic to get to the clubhouse to check in for their tee time. And then from there, they would start their.
So would there be also, I think Mayor Pro Tem touched on it too, regarding would we have to change the speed limit on specific streets potentially?
Most of the speed limits on those neighborhood streets are 25 miles per hour, so they're not an issue.
Okay. And as far as the neighboring municipalities, it sounds like there's not a lot of neighboring municipalities that actually allow this.
Our neighboring municipalities, no, none that we could find.
Okay. Mr. Tarzecki, I do have a question for you. With regards to, I know the recent ordinance with regards to e-bikes and whatnot, were golf carts included part of that, or was it, are we, to help me understand, I guess?
Sure. So you have the off-highway vehicle ordinance coming up for second reading. Golf carts are explicitly exempted from the definition of off-highway vehicles. So that approval of that ordinance would not impact this at all. Separately, we have e-bikes, which again, we do not currently regulate in the city. It is regulated at the state level. I do not believe golf carts would fall within the definition of e-bikes. I think the gray area will be if council wants to move forward with PMVs, which we can certainly do, but I think we would need to look at what type of PMV are we looking at? Is it actually a bicycle that can also be self-propelled, et cetera? So it's just going to largely depend of what type of PMV we're talking about.
So PMVs were not included as far as part of that ordinance too, or was it?
Correct. PMVs were not contemplated, so we would have to look at what the PMV makeup is in the manufacturing of the PMV to determine if it falls within the definition of an off-highway vehicle. But golf carts are explicitly exempted from that definition.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Chad, for the presentation. And this has been a journey that I've been fortunate to be a part of since the very inception of this conversation. And two things that I've been focused on through this conversation was the cost and the safety. And so I think when you showed the data, or you showed the presentation, it showed the safety aspect of it. If we move forward with the pilot, it will have to have golf carts go into the places that are already existing entry points, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And so that addresses some of the safety concerns. There will be more traffic on the off-roads or on the neighborhood streets if you have golf carts. There's going to be some challenges there. Do you anticipate expanding some entry points for the pilot for the golf carts going opposite direction for the golfing experience?
We do not anticipate expanding any entry points, and that would sort of be difficult because your only entry points are going to be where it crosses a street.
Okay.
But once the golf carts are on, we do expect them to follow the flow of traffic and not go against traffic.
So if I'm entering the second tee, which is off of 100 and it's right there off of near Jasper, that one entry on the second tee, I would have to go all the way around the course.
Correct.
So all the way back 9. So that would take. So as far as, I guess this would be a question for Paul as well. If that's the case, will the marshal direct the folks to go the right direction? And will they'll probably have to go off-road a little bit, because typically if you have a golf cart, you're in the middle of the sidewalk, and then if you're going, you probably have to go around them, so.
So yes, our volunteer marshals out there would help
Okay.
direct that flow. And it sort of depends, right? Because as the most part, you see carts on the golf course, well, one, if it's cart-only path day like we have right now because it's really dry out there. And when people are teeing off, usually after that, right, like the carts are in the fairway or something like that. So
Okay.
hopefully there won't be a whole lot of wraparound movement that we would see.
Okay. And then the cost, I saw you addressed the cost. It's going to, at a high, it's going to be 19,000, but you're going to look at a lot lower cost than 19,000 put up signs, correct?
I think what we would do, we did go out and get some initial bids to look at that. For the pilot program, we would not spend that expense for the pilot program.
Okay, okay. And then the other question I had, it kind of aligns with, being on the PRG, there was a 9-1 vote against it. And I think originally that was about just implementing the golf cart or private golf carts just without the pilot. My understanding was like, what do you think about doing it without the pilot? Or just going full force? That was a part of the 9-1 discussion, right?
Correct. If part of that initial discussion, yes, was just going full board without a pilot program initially, correct.
And then the next step was, okay, came back to council and then we landed on, okay, what does a pilot look like? And so and I wanted to be clear too, I think there's some misinformation out on social media that the prior city council did not approve private golf carts on the golf course. We approved the idea of exploring this pilot. So that's some clarification that needs to be made. So tonight is around the idea of the pilot, which is not a guarantee that this is going to move forward with the full implementation of private golf carts. So I just wanted to be clear on that because that hasn't been clear on some of the social media. There's still several steps to go before that. My other concern with safety was around, and also when I talk to residents about this, a lot of residents are excited about private golf carts, right? Not for golfing. They're excited about it from being able to travel across the city on private golf carts with the idea of reducing emissions or idea of being able to go to, in some cases, King Supers. Folks have said that. And so how do you envision, or is this a part of the pilot to track that data around folks are using golf carts outside of golfing? Is that a part of the discussion you're going to have, or?
The only data we would really track in parks, recreation, and golf would be golf carts and our PMVs, if council allows them, that come onto the golf course that are not playing golf. And that would only be also right when we catch them.
And will CCPD catch the others? Like, I guess in your thought process or your experience with this, is there a chance that we'll see an increase of golf carts on our roads that are not playing golf? Is there a high probability to that, or do you know? I guess that's my.
I don't think that's really for me to answer. I'm not.
Okay. But with CCPD, I guess City Manager Roger, would CCPD be in charge of catching folks if they are, obviously off the golf cart course, and is there a high probability of Or is there a probability, I guess, of that increased of golf cart usage outside of the intended purposes of playing golf?
So
City Attorney Rogers?
No,
Thank
City
you.
Manager.
To both your questions, yes, there's a probability of increased traffic that would come by introducing this on streets and thoroughways that were not initially identified. And then two, it would be the responsibility of CCPD to enforce that when they're operating outside of our regulations.
And is that a data point you would be tracking?
It would become a data point that we would have to track.
We have to track, okay. City Attorney Zarzetsky, did I get close? I'm sorry. It's Zarzetsky.
City Attorney Zarzaki?
Zarzetsky. Question for your liability piece. So those that are not, what does that look like for the city liability? It's not a liability on the city if those who are having extra golf carts, buy them, whatever, and they're not golfing, but they're just on the city roads. Does that create an issue for us?
No, it does not. So just to be clear, 11-1202 of the existing code already governs when golf carts can be operated on roadways. And there's certain equipments that are required. It's entirely possible that there are golf carts that individuals would like to use on the golf course that don't have the requisite equipment to be able to operate on roadway. So we're talking headlamps, windshields, tail lamps, reflectors, stop lamps, turn signals, horns, warning device, and mirrors. Those would all have to be equipped on a golf cart currently under the existing code to operate on city streets.
Okay, but I understand there's already code about what's required to be on city streets. But there is no liability for the city if someone chooses, I guess the question's.
Correct.
There's no liability for the city if someone chooses to, I guess they hear us say that there's going to be a pilot, and they still choose to use a golf cart that's not for golfing. They just go on the city streets. That is outside of the city liability issue.
I believe so. Correct.
Okay, that's a personal CCPD and a personal use issue that probably be ticketed and fined, not necessarily. Okay. Thank you. So, Chad, my last question is, I know you mentioned the idea of having what's measured. And before I can really approve a pilot or the concept, I would love to know what are these measurements. And that's intentional because what we will be approving, I want to make sure we're approving something that's going to be measured specifically so we can make a data-informed decision on whether this pilot is productive in terms of moving our city forward and/or is something that we need to say no to in October. So I want to be able to have a clear data decision point that says this is yay or nay that we will move forward with. Is it possible to have these data points available or?
So we don't have specifically what we'd be looking at just yet, but certainly some of those would be, right, are we seeing increased accidents out on the golf course? User conflict, do we have additional injuries? How many rule violations do we have? Again, are we seeing additional turf damage out there because their private carts are driving in specific areas?
Okay.
Depending on what council decides as a cost, if they decide to move forward, are we seeing a revenue loss from this?
Okay.
Those are some of those metrics that we would have that we would bring back to council.
Okay, yeah, the other one that I'm interested in as a measure is the cost, not just turf cost, but the operational cost for city staff. So if this is an additional burden on city staff, like we mentioned a volunteer marshal, do we have to get another marshal? If we mentioned the check-in process, do we have to have another staff member for check-in and conversations there? I'll be curious around the operational cost for our golf clubhouse. And I'm really particular in that because as we look at the golf, everything golf related, is it a liability or is it an asset to a city? this may cause this to be more of a either or, right? So I want to make a decision on like, is this helping us move forward towards an asset? Or is this continuing to make it a negative liability or whatnot? So I'll be curious in that aspect, but those are my big questions right now.
Councilmember Tejil.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. It sounds like in general that the survey showed that folks would like to see this happen. I know regular golfers do tend to have a custom setup and personal equipment and accessibility features that are suited to their own needs. I think it would also, this program could potentially be beneficial for folks who have disabilities as well as mobility limitations. So I see a big impact there. That could be great. Councilmember Young touched on a code of conduct, which I hope would address driver behavior. But I would also like to see something in place addressing like weather restrictions as well. I would also like to see what kind of carts could be used. I know that there are carts that are different weights, different tire sizes. There could potentially be turf damage, you know, where can they drive, et cetera, et cetera. So definitely would like to see an actual code of conduct for me before approving the pilot program. I have a couple of questions for City Attorney Zarzeki. Like some of my other council colleagues, I do have concerns around liability and insurance. If, for example, someone driving the private cart causes an injury to another golfer or whomever may be on the golf course, who's going to bear that responsibility? Even with a waiver, sometimes that can be tricky. So I definitely want to make sure, because the injured party isn't necessarily signing up to be injured, right? And so just want to make sure that that's really tight there. And then also, what is our enforcement mechanisms for violations of code of conduct? Or if there is, in the event of an accident, can PD do a citation to that individual? Just a couple of legal questions.
great
City Attorney Zarzeki.
Sure. These are great questions. You're absolutely right. There's no way that the city can 100% minimize its liability risk, right? We cannot decide who and who is not going to sue us, and there are expenses associated with defending that lawsuit. Nevertheless, what we have worked hard in doing is putting together a fairly robust agreement and release of liability agreement that does clearly state that the user is indemnifying the city, that they're releasing all claims associated with their use of their private cart on city property. You're absolutely right that that does not necessarily mean that a third party would not bring a claim against us. That is why you have our office. But it is about as belt and suspenders as it can possibly get if this council wants to move forward with either a pilot or a full program. And Director Redden may want to speak to this. My understanding is that there is also some contemplation of a checklist of the private vehicle, at least initially in conversations with my staff, about going over to make sure the cart's not, doesn't have mud tires on it, doesn't have a certain weight issue, et cetera, so that's not tearing up the golf course.
Just a follow-up to what you mentioned, and I just lost my question. Never mind. It might come back to me. Thank you.
But I will say real quick in answer to your statement that those checks and balances are in place as it relates to checking what is going to be on the vehicle. Why we're not going to allow something out there with monster tires or, 12-inch speakers on the back, playing bass as they go along and things like that. Those are all checks and balances that we have in place.
Okay, it came back. Do we have an existing code of conduct or a waiver that golfers in general sign? I'm wondering if there could be a revision made to that, basically putting folks on notice, hey, there are private golf carts here that might help address the issue.
There's not a current waiver that is signed when they rent one of our fleet carts right now, but through this process, that's something that we're working on that they'll sign as well when they rent one of our fleet carts.
Okay, thank you.
City Manager Rogers, did you have something that you want to say?
Yes, I did. I did hear Councilmember Trujillo raise about seniors and those in need through ADA. We do allow private carts that are ADA compliant when there's a need for reasonable accommodation. So we already have that in place.
Wonderful.
Okay, Councilmember Guardiola.
Thank you, Mayor. About the violations, Chad, what is the discussion? So say someone just drives their golf cart, doesn't check it in. Have you guys discussed what enforcement and what is the violation or how many to get before you can't bring it? Is that anywhere in the agreement?
So as it relates to violations, Parks, Recreation, and Golf has some standards as it relates to, I guess if you want to call it an ejection policy. Certainly with any of that, there's a gray area depending on what the violation is and how the violation occurs. So I will say we have some things in place and some things that we're currently updating with our city attorney's office. We're currently updating that policy as well. But there are things in place as it relates to violations. I can't say certainly that it will always be like 3 strikes and you're out or anything like that. It always depends on the type of violation, and some are higher risk than others, right? Where they might be told not to bring their cart back if the violation is higher than another one.
And I'm just asking, just in case, if someone just says, oh, I brought my car, I got it registered the first time, goes through the course again, the second time goes through the course, and it's a habit. I think those are just valid conversations that y'all should have with legal of what happens and who enforces it, right? Again, I mean, as a pilot, how do we just monitor folks to do the process and keep doing the process?
Done. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Redding, for your presentation. I had a question for you. Through this process, I know this is going back 9/17/2024. Then it came before council, and the council decided, go ahead and go forward with the pilot program. And then you're bringing back what you found, feasibility study and all that, which I appreciate. And is there going to be a process where there's registration so we know exactly those carts are coming on? Are there going to be any decals that are going to be labeled on them so we know that they're certified? Because that would help out as well.
That is correct. We would have a process where there would be a registration for a private cart. They would go through the process of having their cart inspected. And then through that inspection, they'd have an annual decal on their cart.
Okay. Would it be customary to put down directional arrows on placements so people know what direction the cart should go?
So we would have those on, if it follows after a pilot program, that's where we'd have those permanent signs put up that would have that type of information. During the pilot program, we were just looking at having some temporary signs out there that would give that information.
Okay, but nothing on the sidewalk, or the pathway for
On the
carts.
pathway itself, we could always look at that, painted arrows or something like that, but typically signs are a little bit easier to see.
Okay. Now, I have seen personal motorized vehicles out there. They're more like the skateboard. I've seen those out on the course. Are those allowed at this time?
They are not allowed. Probably what you've seen out there is people that are out there illegally. And I think you've mentioned before that, we did have some vandalism to a couple of the greens with people driving the PMVs or something like that out on the greens and ruining those greens. But they were out there illegally.
Okay. Yeah, I would not be happy to have those personal motorized vehicles on the course. I mean, there's times where we get a lot of rain, and you get a vehicle like that on there, it's just going to tear the course up. And I know back in January when we did a snowstorm, we didn't see until afterwards that some kids, whatever, ride electric bikes going over the putting area, which the results were, permanent tracks and all that, and that's hard to get out because the grass is cut so short. So we're going to go to a second round here. I want to make sure the council identifies what the next steps are, if you're for this or against it. At this time, I would like this pilot program to go forward and charge the same amount of fees as a cart would, but not allow the PMVs. That's where I'm at. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas. I did do some research, and in addition to Grand Junction, I had reported this last year, in fact, Foothills, the Meadows, Todd Creek, Lone Tree, all golf courses in Fort Collins, Windsor, Loveland have private golf cart use. So there are examples that we can base this off of. I did want to also go back to the question of revenue and revenue losses. I don't want to do anything that is a revenue loss for the golf course, and I think that that any user of their own private golf cart wouldn't want to cost the city anything either, because it is a municipal course. I do want to point out, though, that we have talked about this before, Director Redden, and that is actually that the golf course does run on a loss already, and as does the restaurant, correct?
Yes, ma'am, currently that is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And so I'm hoping that what this does is just the opposite. It actually attracts people. I've had people contact me who would love to come to the restaurant on their golf cart. And so that might be another way of attracting people to Bison Grill. So I think there's lots of positives for this, and that's why I'm going to support a pilot program. There may have been some misunderstanding last year in June when we had agreed to move this forward, when that city council had agreed to move it forward, that what would happen is that the staff would actually implement the things that were to occur, rather than coming back to us again. And I do believe even that the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Commission had a committee, created a subcommittee to talk about this further, and actually never had another vote after 2024. Is that correct? Or perhaps one of the commissioners on the Parks, Recreation, and Golf can clarify that for me? Either.
Yeah, I could.
All right.
Councilmember Dukes?
I could clarify, the reason why there wasn't a vote, because we didn't know what the pilot was. So there was no pilot to vote on, and this is where today is an important day, because this describes what a pilot would look like.
Okay, great. That's wonderful. And as for costs, I mean, our next agenda item is for an ice rink that was open from November to February. And even if we cut it back, it's going to be $500,000 to $700,000. So I don't think that the $20,000 or so that we're looking at here, or the possibility of staff, is a big consideration. In the survey that was done previously, there weren't a lot of people who own their own golf carts anyway. They they wanted to bring them to the course, but there weren't a lot of people who were in that category. So let's see what happens. Let's see. Maybe it's going to be really a good thing, and we're going to be all excited that we've offered another amenity to residents. So I'm all in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Thank you. I need to clarify a question to you, Mr. Redden, as to what Councilmember Dukes had mentioned. There was a vote that was regarding 9-1 that said not to go forward, and that was not to go forward full bore with this, right?
Yes, that is correct.
So then the second part to that is, it sounds like to me, what was the consensus with regards to a pilot program with that board, with the PRG, with PRG?
So I don't think there was ever really a consensus for a pilot program. A subcommittee was formed to look at the process of providing a pilot program. That subcommittee worked with staff to create a pilot program and went through this process of, creating some of the things that we're talking about today. But there was really never anything to vote on to say, hey, we want to do a pilot program or not, really basically because council wanted us to move forward and look at having a pilot program.
So there was never an opportunity for PRG to go back and say, hey, regarding this pilot program, this is what I want to bring up to council. It was instead just brought forward to council, kind of forced through. So I guess my question to you then is with regards to the PRG commission members, the members there, I mean, what is their thoughts been around just this pilot program?
I think in general, from my perception, I think just, and there's council members up there that can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think just general frustration.
General
Of
frustration?
Of just having to continue looking into doing a program in general.
Okay. And then I heard from Mr. Rogers with regards to what CCPD, it'd be another data point that they would have to potentially respond, they would have to start marking, correct? To go to start tracking towards.
City Manager Rogers.
That's correct.
So in addition to not only golf carts, in addition to the fact that we have crime that goes on in the South, the fact that we have gunshots that go off, we have people's dogs that are barking crazily, whatever, right? We have people's breaking and enterings occurring and all that. Now this is another data point that we expect CCPD to potentially have to track. I just don't, it doesn't make sense to me. And I before I get to my last point here, I do like what Councilmember Young had mentioned. What does success look like? What does that look like altogether? One of the biggest disadvantages I think I see with this, especially with a pilot program, is the potential mission creep. And what I mean by that is the fact that you have members of the community who's going to drive around their golf carts, who says, yeah, I'm on this pilot program, I'm able to drive this golf cart to a golf course. Oh, let me run to the store really quick. Let me run to the gas station really quick. Oh, it should be not a big deal. Should be not be a problem. But it could be a problem. However, the flip side of that is the fact that there's potentially ease of parking, potential course revenue, obviously what Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned with regards to the actual cost for them to use their own private motor vehicle or whatever you want to call it. Honestly, for me, I would say we jack up that price even higher for them to be able to use their golf cart because of the fact that we already have golf carts at the golf course that they can use. Why not use a city equipment to that? And then with regards to this pilot, I think Mayor Pro Tem, the mayor touched on it, potentially permit stickers. Maybe we cap, if we want to meet in the middle somewhere on this, maybe we cap the number of those that are in this pilot program to, let's say, 20, first 20, just to test it out, just to see how this goes, to allow that 6 months to occur. I would be in favor of that. But you charge whatever you can for that permit sticker. Because if you really want to be that person that's able to drive your golf cart onto the golf course, you got to pay for it. And honestly, I think what you presented in the presentation with regards to what we would actually charge them, that $13.50 I think it was, hell, charge them more. It's their private golf cart that they want to be able to drive to the golf course. City already has the resource for them to use city equipment to go on the golf course. So the last thing I want to bring up, and this is totally unrelated to this altogether, but I'll talk about Calu Park. Calu Park, a couple years ago, we as city council, and this includes me, brought Calu Park, the name itself, because we did not like the name. We wanted to change the name, and we brought it before council. So we did. What does that tell PRG? PRG at that point was pretty frustrated with council, pretty frustrated the fact that, oh, I guess we're not to be trusted in this aspect of it all. So I think about that trust. Are we trusting PRG as a whole body to say, you know what, this pilot program or this program altogether is not worth it? Just my 2 cents. That is all.
Okay, Councilmember Kim, where are you at with this? Where I have you?
If we're going to do permit stickers, if we're going to do actual increase the cost for the private golf cart to a higher price than what we actually charge right now for the golf carts that are currently out there, and the fact that we limit the number of golf carts for this pilot program, I'd be all for it, for that 6-month portion.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I think Calu Park is a good example. I actually voted against doing a name change of that in favor of the PRG as we advocated to say, like, they went through a very, very strong vetting process, and so I supported that. As far as this golf permit, I do want to just address a couple things that I heard with PRG. One was the safety, ensuring that this isn't taking away trails and roads and sidewalks, that this was going to be specifically to the golf course. And I think the pilot, what I saw, addresses that big issue. That was a big concern with PRG at the time, because at the time there was conversations around, is this going to be a part of, can it just use the bike roads, right, and have golf carts on the bike road? And I think Delilah really referenced the idea that we weren't in a golf community that was set up for that already. And so if you have a golf community that's set up with the infrastructure, that was going to be an issue. But looks like this pilot idea begins to address that, ensuring that these are golf carts that are going to the golf course within the neighboring streets. One thing the other thing that was talked about was the PMVs, something Paul has talked about within the Parks and Rec Committee, that this can provide a range of the different types of PMVs that will ultimately tear up the golf course. And so if a pilot moves forward, I would recommend moving forward with a pilot for private carts, not PMVs at all. In addition to that, so let me back up. I'm in favor of doing a pilot with the specific timelines of what's mentioned here, with the idea that we have to have private carts, not PMVs. The specific dates of May through October 2006, I think that makes sense. I'm in favor of doing a pilot with additional fees, really aligned with Councilmember Kim. I think the additional fees make sense because there is additional cost that is going to be incorporated with this pilot program. And so add additional fees in addition to understanding the financial situation where, as a golf amenity, we have to be thoughtful for costs in general. So increasing the directory fees from $18 to an appropriate fee that is going to cover the cost. I am also in favor of a pilot that is limited, because the true sense of a pilot is having a test target subject, right? And so we have 20, capped at 20 that have to go their registration fee. I am okay with that because this is, again, a pilot that we're going to be testing against something. I do want to make sure that we have the data outcomes and measurements. And so in my mind, there's the safety measure, there's a measure on course conditions, there's a measure on financial impact, there's a measure on operations, and then last, there's a measure on customer experience. And so those 5 measures or so should be what we make data-driven decisions at the end of this pilot in October, and then from there, we make a decision on if we go forward or not. In addition to the operations piece, this is where I love to see CCPD to understand if this is misused, right? I am on the fence, frankly, on moving forward with this pilot, but I think what will give me the best direction to move forward is using data, making data-driven decisions to say if this is a yay or nay. And so I think implementing this pilot with that scope would be something that we can make a decision on. And increase fees, cap pilot, looking at my notes here. Yeah, those are my big comments there.
So Councilmember Dukes, are you a yes to move forward with those stipulations?
Yeah, I am in favor of a pilot program with the stipulations of having the clear metrics. This addresses some of the PRG concerns in terms of sidewalk use, trails uses, and also not changing the overall speed limit on 112th and Chambers Road. So this requires folks to go onto the already pre-existing golf entry points. And then additional costs, because we have to have additional costs, so the cart fees will have to be increased because this is going to pay for the signage as well as for the directional signs to say you have to go that. And the last is having the pilot of 20, capped at 20. It's a pretty subjective number at this point, but I think when we think about pilot, we need to have a measure or target number. And the last piece is the operational piece is important because Loveland Golf Course, as of 6 days ago, suspended all their golf carts because of the drought. And so they figured this operational issues, and so it was tearing up. So we have to be thoughtful, like what this does to our golf course, because there is some conditions that are going to cause it to deteriorate faster than others.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Young.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really on the fence about this decision. I'm really frustrated that the PRG voted 9-1 not to have private golf carts, and here we are discussing it a couple of years later. I do think, to Councilman Kim and Councilman Duke's point, that that really undermines our trust with the people that we ask to provide their expertise and their experience. I also hear what Mayor Pro Tem, I hear the same thing in the community about, we would love to have golf carts, it'd be great, this kind of vision of having a golf cart community, which we're really not set up for, but I understand the sentiment behind that, especially for people who live right by the golf course. I do think, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, we probably don't have a lot of people who own golf carts currently because it isn't a golf cart community. What that tells me is that a pilot program may be really difficult for us to get some accurate data on our success measures and our data measures. I also think that a pilot program is going to be confusing for the public, not only like the parameters that they're allowed to drive their golf cart, but like this is only 6 months and they hear that we're going to allow golf carts and they purchase a golf cart and then in 6 months, they can't use their golf cart anymore. I think a pilot program is difficult to communicate with the public and it's difficult to enforce some of the other aspects without additional cost to our CCPD, our PRG staff. And then on the other hand, I also know that there probably aren't a lot of people who are going to run out and buy a golf cart in the first 6 months of this pilot program. So I also don't think that people who own golf carts and take their own golf cart on the course are out to cause mayhem. I think they respect the game, they respect the rules just as much as the rest of us people who have to, use the city golf carts. So I really don't see that being as much of a problem. I think at the risk of being the naysayer, I don't think I'm really for a 6-month pilot program. I'm really on the fence, but I see more challenges than I do upsides. And most importantly, we have already heard from the PRG and the challenges with a program like this. I choose to trust the PRG and their expertise. So I'm a no.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Trujillo, since we're on this side, can you state where you're at with this? Thank you.
This was a great discussion. I think there are a lot of things that have to be addressed before we can put this forward. Liability, insurance, code of conduct. I don't know that 6 months, you make a great point, is going to give us the data that we need. Is this really going to be worth it, I guess, is what I'm asking. How many folks took the survey? I'm just curious. It might be right in front of me, but do you have that information? Let's see.
I think the original survey, the respondents were, off the top of my head, it was like 250, somewhere in there, give or take.
It was 267.
And 70-something% were in favor? 82%. 82? Oh.
What we had was, actually, excuse me, we had 274 responses. City were to allow private golf carts, you live within a mile of the golf course. It was 79% yes.
Okay.
Once again, that was within 1 mile.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager Rogers. I do agree that there should be an increase in the fee each time it's used, as well as a fee for a permit, I think. So if we can address all of those things, then let's give it a shot. But if we can't, then I'm a no.
Okay, we're no voting, but we're just trying to get a consensus and I appreciate
Understood.
everything that you
Yep,
added.
you asked me for my
Yep,
opinion, and
absolutely.
that's what I'm giving. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, want to go this way? Where are you at with this?
I need to go back to a couple of things.
Okay, can I come back to you then?
All right,
Okay.
that'd be good.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion and the different perspectives on this. And as I read our council information and I see that the vote was 9-1, it's immediate to think, okay, I would side with that. However, that was the vote at the time based on the fact that there were a lack of things addressed. And based on the presentation and the conversation, it appears that some of those things have been overcome through parameters in place. And so ultimately, I'm pretty neutral on the topic, just in general. I'm very neutral on this. But I side more with doing a pilot, because unless we do a pilot, we don't really know what the potential outcome is. And of course, we won't get the full perspective of it, because as the discussion has been mentioned, that not everyone may already have a cart, and it would not behoove someone who is interested in potentially having the ability to use their own personal cart would not probably go out and buy it during the pilot timeframe, because that would be a loss financially. It'd be a risk that they would be taking, because ultimately council could make a decision where we would decline to move forward with that. And so it would not make sense for them. And I know that part of the concern is also whether there would be individuals that would take their cart off of the golf course and run to Keen Sleepers or run to any of the immediate surrounding retail shops. But CCPD also already has to adhere to our municipal code, which specifically specifies that golf carts have to meet a certain criteria in order to be on the roads anyway. And it's very, very specific, and I know that's also been touched on and addressed, in the fact that they have to have a windshield and headlamps and tail lamps and stop lamps and horn and mirrors, and they must have a driver's license. So those are things that are already in place and something that CCPD would already have to address for violations anyway. It just may be something that, yes, we do have to track a data point if we see an uptick as a result of that. And at that point, that's part of the reason why a pilot program would make sense, to where we can evaluate that at the end of the period and make a decision that would be more long-term, whether it's appropriate or not to proceed forward with it. It's also important to listen to our community, and if the percentage is that high, I think it's important to also consider that. So, being neutral on it, being that I don't side one way or the other, I understand where the concerns were with PRG. I understand that some of those things have been overcome, and the fact that CCPD already has to monitor those codifications in our municipal code. So I would probably also support an increase or maintaining the $18.50, which is the same fee that individuals pay for if they use a city cart, because as it was mentioned, $5 of that is the cost for maintenance. So that would be the overage essentially. So instead of maintenance, it would be a cost that goes towards the upkeep or the monitoring or the enforcement. So it is essentially an offset of going from maintenance to monitoring and enforcement. So I would side with supporting the pilot for the period that's been presented for those reasons.
Okay, thank you. City Manager Rogers, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, Mayor, and I just want to share, been sitting back, kind of listening to the conversation, right? We started very high level, from a policy guidance and direction of thinking about how we want to move forward. And we've then shifted into some level of granularity around capping numbers, looking at metrics, looking at the operational impacts. And I think the one thing that stands out to me is that I can be back here in front of you in October with 20, with X, with Y, but it may still not necessarily communicate the information that you need to make big picture as to policy decision. Is this continuing to accomplish the community's aims and needs and desires around this opportunity at the golf course? So with what I'm hearing is, generally speaking, so far, a level of move forward, but capture in this data and information that makes sense operationally, that we can bring back, that then resonates with you, that can then inform you to be able to have even much more healthy tension, debate, and conversation around, is this the right decision moving forward? Because I don't know if 20 is going to get you to a number of impact, great, minor or major. I simply share that with, make sure that we have information that resonates with you so that you can give us that policy guidance and direction.
Okay, thank you. I got two more. Councilmember Teeter, you haven't spoke yet.
Yeah, I've been just sitting back listening, and I'm the only one that lives in the South on this council, so I'm going to go with whatever you guys decide to go with. It's your community, so up there on that end, and basically, and you just need to make the decision. Is it going to make your community better or worse? I mean, the golfers are going to save $5 by going with this program after they purchase a golf cart and put all the accessories on it. It's a pretty big hassle, but I will respect whatever you guys decide to do, and I'll go with whatever.
Thank you. Councilmember Guadalajara.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree with Councilmember Cam and Dukes on the specifics to support this. I think we have to raise it. I think we have to have a matrix where we could look at the data and say, yep, this has worked. So I definitely, if those things are in place, I could support it. The other question I had, I know Mayor Pro Tem did a survey, the city did a survey. Do we know how many actual residents have gone to the clubhouse and said, hey, could I bring my golf cart? Or do we have data that says that or shows that? Because we could throw numbers out and percentages, right? I do surveys all the time. But it doesn't mean I will actually go get a golf cart. I think it'd be pretty cool if I lived down in Florida or in a golf community, but on 104th where I live and Highway 85, I ain't driving a golf cart. So do we have actual people that have came to the clubhouse and said, hey, is there a policy that I can bring my golf cart?
Director Redding?
Yeah, I think speaking to that, it's a handful of people that come in and say, I would actually like to have my private golf cart in here. We're talking 5 or 6.
Okay. So again, I think I'd support it with the conditions that Councilmember Kim and Councilmember Dukes said earlier.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yeah, thank you. It sounds to me then that we have consensus to move forward with a pilot program, which is good. And if any of those golf courses do want to chat with you in the future, some of them do have annual fees in addition to paying for the cart. They limit the number of people who can participate, so they have wait lists. You know, it becomes a big deal in the community to wait your turn to be called upon to be able to bring your own cart. So it becomes a moneymaker, actually. But we don't have to go that far. This is a pilot program. Let's just see if it works. I did earlier make a commitment that if we went forward, would it be all right then for Desiree, who is the co-chair of Parks, Recreation, and Golf, and also Carl, who was on the subcommittee that was created following last year's decision. If you have something you want to add, but it does seem like it's moving forward now.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you all for the ability. As sorry, I can't see with my glasses, can't see without them. I'm getting to that age apparently. As Mayor Pro Tem Noble said, I am the co-chair of Park Recreation and Golf Commission, and there's so much to say and yet so little at the same time. It sounds like this is going to pass with several yes buts. There was an initial 9-1 vote, and I do appreciate Councilmember Young and your kind words for the commission as well. It's really, this has been a lot of progress, been a lot of journey. So what does the community need? What does the community want? Does the community actually understand all that goes into a decision of this caliber? So this has been a good 2-ish years in the making now. So we're making progress, but there's just so much that goes into it. So I just really want to thank you all for the ability and to hear what we have to say tonight, and then taking in all of the information, because it is a lot, and the data for the CCPD now and Chad's presentation and everything everybody's contributed. So I think that's it for me, but thank you all.
So I was the one member that voted against it, and I wanted to tell you why, and I made reference to it in the beginning, and I'm sorry. My intent is not to be confrontational and contentious. My intent, and it's going to make me cry, is for us to work together. Right? Our first vote against the 7 or 9 to 1, I pushed back, and it got contentious because I asked, we were using personal motorized vehicles at the golf course without issue. And my question to Paul was, can you, or it wasn't even a question, I said, Paul, can you at least clarify before I move on with my questions? I let every other commission member ask their questions before I was beginning to ask mine. And I said, can you please at least clarify to this commission that private motorized vehicles have been used on the golf course without issue? And his response was, Carl, I'm not sure I can say that. And at that point, I got emotional. I said, how can you say that? We've been doing it. And at that point, the meeting was cut off, and I felt like I didn't get to ask questions, and that's why I pushed, and that's why I'm pushing now. So I emailed all of you this morning more information. You've asked specific questions about codes of conduct. All of that we worked hard on. I worked with Chad and legal to come up with that code of conduct. It already exists. There was a part of me this morning that wanted to send that to you as well. But I thought, my God, I'm already sending you too much. And I'm already a thorn in everyone's side. So I didn't do it. And I was counting on Charles and Rocky to say, yeah, what Carl's saying is correct. That did happen, right? So, and look, I want us to work together. I want you to put trust in us. When I come and ask Lee these questions, it's not because I'm trying to put anyone on the spot. I want Lee to explain to you and all of us what this process should be like, right? Instead of investigating each other, let's maybe investigate the process here. How did we get from a 9-to-1, how did we get to that 9-to-1 vote? What happened? And why are we here 2 years later, right? For God's sakes, it's a pilot program. I mean, I hear what you're saying. But I mean, the implication is we're gonna have a parade of golf carts out there. We're not gonna have a parade, we're gonna have a handful. Right? And why not include personalized motorized vehicles? We already have a handful. I mean, I've been on the men's golf club for what, 3 years? I live on the golf course. I mean, I see this every day, right? It's not like this pilot program is going to drastically change safety and concerns for everyone. It won't. I promise you it won't. But we won't know until we do it. And the speculation that we get from people about, oh my God, we're going to do this, oh my God, we're going to have 50-mile-an-hour golf carts, and now that's a police issue. Those things won't happen. The people that want this are responsible citizens that live around the golf course. And the other thing was, we're going to have more traffic. Well, either someone gets in their car and puts their golf bag in their car and drives to the golf course from the neighborhood, or they get in their golf cart. Either way, they have to drive to the golf course. So where do you put them? If you put them on the golf course, they're not on the road. That's actually lessening, right, the impacts on the road. So I just want to let you know, all of this stuff was talked about, and you can hear it from me. This is why I think, I want to speak for commission members, this is why they got so frustrated with me. I was like, Carl, just let it go. I'm like, but it's our job. It is our job to advise council, and we can't do that in ignorance. We have to figure all of this stuff out and put this stuff together, right, which is what I think we did, and I'm happy that we did it. I mean, I know my fellow commission members are frustrated with me. I know Chad's frustrated with me. Sorry to speak for you, Chad, but
Thank you.
I'm glad that you're going to support this.
Thank you, Carl. Appreciate that.
I'm glad. Thank you so much.
Were you done, Mayor Pro Tem, you done? Director Redding, everything that was stated as far as adding on to this, did you get from Councilmember Dukes and Councilmember Kim? And the other things about because I added no personal vehicles on there, PWVs, private carts only. There's a cap of 20. So.
Yes, I think we have enough information to move forward. I think what I'm understanding from council is to move forward with private golf carts only, no PMVs, a cost of at least $1,850 or $1,850 plus an annual fee for the decal sticker and inspection to raise that cost. And then the metrics that was talked about from council members Kim and Dukes will have that as well. And then we'll look at providing a cap. I agree that 20 may be too small of a cap, but we'll look at staff as what seems like an adequate number to cap so that we can have real-time data to come back with council. Because I do agree that 20 might be too small to come back with data to give real-time numbers to.
Councilmember Duke, do you want to add any more to that?
I just want to, I appreciate the comment about the CAS, but that was my question around it. And I just want to reiterate, this is a long and somewhat frustrating process, and so I'm agreeing to do a pilot, because at the end of this, it's going to show, the data is going to show whether this is a successful pilot or not, and we all have to be okay with that. Because this is a part of us thinking about trying something and being innovative. There is a need within the community. People are excited about bringing it to the golf course. But again, I just want to emphasize that. As far as the 20, I understand the small end size of 20, and so I trust the staff. My goal for that is we are clear on, it's to mitigate the risk of like everyone saying we're going to get a private golf cart and we're going to use it for golfing, and that's not their intent. We want to be able to confine that a little bit so that we can test who's actually serious. And so if no one signs up through the registration process that's clearly laid out, that's a data point I hope we can look at. If we're doing this pilot and there's only 6 people that sign up, that means there's not a need for this program moving forward. That's how I look at the data. So if 20 is not the appropriate, I think it is, honestly, I think, or I trust you, but I was like, there has to be a number, because if you do 100, not everyone's gonna be, if you do a handful, like Paul said, there's only been 5 or 6, that's too small of an end, but I trust you as a staff, but that's the intent of that, of like, that's a data point. No one registers, there's not a need for us to invest $30,000 into new signage. I also agree with the signage as being less than 19 grand. I think is going to be lower cost than that. But again, I just want to emphasize that, Mayor, that this is a pilot and that we all have to be okay with the pilot. It is a long process, and hope this brings some conclusion to what we've heard, we talked about, the PRG subcommittee has invested in, and the staff has invested in, but it gives us a good data point.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I think the biggest thing I see about this with regards to the public property within 1 mile radius is I think about how this really excludes those in Ward 1, those in Ward 2, majority of Ward 3 as well, but we're sticking around with Ward 4. And I understand it's just a pilot program only, but I think about just the whole exclusion. I mean, you don't think that folks in Ward 2 or even Ward 1 play golf? You don't think they may have a golf cart that wants to go and do this? Just my 2 cents here. Mr. Zimmerman, can you come up for a second? I have a question for you. We talk about speculation, and I just want to make sure that I'm clear in this altogether. And I want to ask this question, and I would just want to know, I'm hearing speculation, but also I just want to get a real answer out of you. What is your side business?
I'm an engineer. I design and build homes. I remodel houses.
So nothing to do with golf carts, repairing, or nothing like that?
So when I saw, not quite. So when I saw the first PMVs on the course, as I said, I live on hole number 5. When I saw them, I bought effectively a little scooter, and I modified the scooter. I took out the lead acid batteries, put in lithium batteries, lighter batteries. I put bigger tires on it so that it would be less impactful to the turf. And I put my golf bag on the back of it, and I drove it to the course and played golf with it. So yes, I have I also had 2008 killed my racing business. I used to build race cars successfully. I mean, my cars won a number of national championships. So yes, I have a very...
Drag racing cars, or are you talking?
No, road racing cars, Sports Car Club of America and NASA.
That's very cool.
So I have an
And
extensive mechanical understanding.
you as an engineer, I work with a bunch of engineers. I am not an engineer. I'm a program manager as my daytime job. Engineers like to over-engineer essentially, but I say that with very much respect to you guys altogether, so I appreciate that. Thank you. I didn't want to speculate. That's why I wanted just to come straight forward and ask you that question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
I need to go back to this for a minute. City Attorney Zarzaki, this 1 mile thing is very confusing, and I did ask you about it earlier. The 1 mile doesn't mean that people who live outside the 1 mile can't have a golf cart. They definitely can have a golf cart.
Absolutely.
And they can drive it in the same places everybody else drives theirs.
Correct. Yes. So again, to operate a golf cart on city streets, they have to have certain equipment requirements. The language with regards to the 1 mile is specific to Section 11-2100, which is the motorized vehicle section in the code. And there are certain exceptions to the outright prohibition of using motorized vehicles on city property. That exception is golf carts operated within the confines or on public property within 1 mile, which is to say anyone, regardless of whether they live within a mile or beyond 1 mile, once they are within that 1 mile radius, can operate a golf cart within that 1 mile of the golf course on city property.
Yeah, which then led me to ask you earlier today, does that mean then we don't even need this because it is allowed within 1 mile? But you pointed out that Parks, Recreation, and Golf can have their own rules for the,
Absolutely, for the
Golf course.
operation of the golf course, correct.
okay.
Yes.
And that's what we're fixing
Correct.
is making that happen.
Correct.
All righty, thank you. It's just so confusing the way it's written, so I appreciate you. I hope that I didn't muddy the waters, but I appreciate you clarifying. Thank you.
Sure thing.
All right. Do you have one more thing to add, Councilmember Dukes?
Just to piggyback on the Mayor Pro Tem's comment, and that's actually, I'm glad, again, we're having this discussion, because that was a point of confusion, and it was always been about how do you get the golf carts to the golf course? Like, because you can drive them, or you can bring them up or deliver, and this was a part of that conversation. And through the work with the staff and the PRG co-chairs, I feel comfortable because you're showing entry points that are not on main streets, right? And that was a big concern early on, a big concern of mine. And so this will be a data point I look forward to seeing if people using that and we can figure it out. But that was always a tricky spot. As far as expanding it, if this pilot works, then I think Councilmember Kim's points around how do you have other access, that's a whole different issue if that's the case, because you still can't get on city streets without golf carts that are road legal, right? And so that's a different conversation we look forward to have if that's an interest in that.
All right, thank you. Director Redding, for your presentation, and
Thank you all, appreciate it. Thank you.
appreciate it. All right. We went a little long on that second one, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. Sure. All right, everybody, thank you very much for coming back. Up next is the ice rink presentation. I invite Tim Duda, Recreation Manager, forward to presentation. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. How do I project that?
Oh, we'll wait for, oh, wait. We gotta wait for, thank you.
It's like riding a bicycle. Good evening. I'm Tim Duda, Recreation Manager with PRG, Parks, Recreation, and Golf. Awesome. Thank you. So tonight's purpose and objective is to recap the 2025-2026 Winter Wonderland Ice Rink in Merry Market. Talk about recommendations, some lessons learned that we learned, and some challenges and risk, and some improvements and ideas. And then the purpose for tonight is to have a discussion at the end to talk about the 2026-2027 season and beyond. And does council wish to continue to have the ice rink for the 2026 and 2027 season and beyond? So a little history on the ice rink. So the original motion took place on December 16th, 2024, when City Council approved a motion to review the council budget and prepare an ordinance for the motion and organization of community gatherings. One of the suggested events included an ice rink in Merry Market. This slide also highlights some important dates, such as March 24, 2025 is when we opened up the RFP and had a closing deadline of April 14, 2025. We did receive 2 responses on that RFP. The following dates highlight ordinances that passed to approve the funding, and then the contract awarded on July 21st, 2025. So project overview and a couple milestones and goals. Our goal was to contract with a company to manage the community ice rink, manage the Merry Market, and implement 24 themed nights throughout the season. So the core team of collaboration that took place across the city included 2 Parks and Recreation and Golf members, 3 Economic Community Vitality team members, a few from the Community Manager's Office, the City Attorney's Office, the Finance Department, Community Development, and 3 core, but several more from Public Works, the Parks team. So this timeline here is just an overview of the project, the milestones, the tasks, and the deliverables that took place from 2025 through 2026. We did start back in January 2025 with the internal team building up the project. As I said, we went through the RFP posting, the contract signing, rink operations, which started in December 3rd, 2025, and then the striking of equipment, which is the phase that we're currently in right now. So a couple other project details about the ice rink. The ice rink was 100 feet by 45 feet. The season was November 28th through February 16th. So President's Day was our last day of operation. Our grand opening was December 3rd, which is the night of the tree lighting event at the Civic Center. And the location was in the Civic Center parking lot, and those are the hours that we operated Monday through Sunday. On holidays and days off for schools, we did adjust and extend hours to accommodate youth and residents being off of school. The Merry Market project details is that we identified dates. December 3rd was the tree lighting event, and that was the first day for the Merry Market operations. And then the Merry Market was to continue the next 3 Saturdays and Sundays throughout the month of December. This list here is just additional action items that took place through the project timeline, such as site identification, contracting with KSC for Civic Center overflow parking lot for the tree lighting event and parking lot use, down to participant waiver language, website development, logo development as well. This here is the attendance for the ice rink. I do have an updated attendance amount for now that we have closed operations. The updated amount is 1,297, I believe. Correct. Yeah, 1,297 participants. The operations did take place from December 3rd through President's Day. After MLK Day, Martin Luther King Day, we did see participation drop off after that time frame, where we did only have roughly about 30 participants come out after Martin Luther King Day to President's Day. Our busiest day of operation was Saturday, followed by Sunday and then Friday. A couple lessons learned. Some of the challenges and risks that we faced. Weather was a challenge this winter. We had several days that were windy, or as the Denver metro area has experienced, we have had several days that were over 60 degrees in weather as well too. We also did have an Arctic cold temperature swing that came through, affecting operations as well too. Water and ice making and ongoing maintenance was a challenge that we faced. And then we did have some operational challenges as well, facing some equipment or overtime budget for evenings, weekends, and holiday response, things like that. And then staffing bandwidth as well. Oh, apologize. So a couple lessons and improvement ideas that we learned as well too. So I'm only going to highlight the ones that are here in yellow. The Merry Market, one of our ideas that if we would offer this in the 2026-2027 season, is doing one offering during the tree light event, where we have several participants coming down to the Civic Center that evening, and it'd be a great opportunity at that point to offer the Merry Market. Looking at removing the theme nights, we could look at bringing those in-house or reducing the number that are being offered. Water access and enhanced access for the water, looking at enhancing that access there. So revamping access to manage the extreme cold temperatures, as well as increase ease of access for water as well too. And then also looking at season reduction length. So looking at reducing the season from November 14, 2026 to January 18, 2027. So this is just a couple images of, one is the ice rink and then a family out participating at the ice rink. And that brings us to the next steps for council direction. As I kind of stated in the beginning, the purpose for this presentation tonight is to see if City Council would wish to continue the ice rink for the 2026-2027 season and beyond. And if yes, funding needs would need to be approved at an estimated $500,000 to $700,000. That would include ice rink operations, marketing and communication funds, overtime funds, and some contingency funds in there as well. The estimated timeline down below is very similar to the operations that took place this year, with looking at when the resolutions would need to take place and moving forward at that point. So, thank you. So open.
Thank you, Ms. Duda. All right, Councilmember Kim.
Sir, thank you so much for the presentation. And yes, it was quite a, it was a weather The weather itself was quite difficult at times altogether. We barely had any snow essentially this entire winter. I would love to see this come back again. My question to you is similar to, remember the Wild for Life triathlon that we used to have, right? And I asked you for specific numbers as to the cost to what was spent compared to like year over year. We did the triathlon for 2 years. You identified what the cost was that we had to spend versus, what we actually brought back in. Do you have those numbers by chance?
Currently,
Yes.
I do not have all those numbers right now. We're still gathering some of those. I do have that the contracted amount was for $309,000 and $750. Yeah, $309,750.
And were we within that budget essentially for this?
Currently, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. But yeah, straight up, I'd love to see this come back again. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I also would love to see this come back again. I understand the dollar amount as the max and also the minimum. But I understand that we'll be looking for sponsorships, right? This is not just in just city, but we'll be actively engaging in sponsorships to help reduce the cost. Is that correct?
Very similar to this year, yes. Hopefully we'd be more successful. We had 95,000 in sponsorships for the ice skating rink in the Mary Market. So obviously we want to be able to accomplish more of that to lessen the burden on our funding sources. But yes.
Okay. And so the other clarification I wanted to have is, this is one of the motions I brought 2 years ago now to get it going, and I'm excited about the opportunity. And I see Jason Dennison in here help putting this together. A part of I want clarification on the budget, and specifically in the motion, we had food truck rodeos, derby, farmers market, wine walk, winter days, which was a series of events, and then we also incorporated pop-up tents for small businesses and entrepreneurs. And then in that, we increased the funding to ensure we had food at all of our music in the parks. All that was a part of the same motion. And so my understanding was that this was a piece of that motion where it says winter ice skating rink and Mary Market to increase to, I think we said 300-something thousand. Is this separate budget that is presented here outside of what we need for the rest of the events that we approved?
That would be correct, yes. If you would want to do this correctly, you would want to establish a singular, it would go within all the same fund, but you'd want to have a dedicated source of between 500 to 700,000.
For the ice skating rink and Mary Market?
Correct.
And Mary Market. And so with the Mary Market itself, did you look at options to have the Mary Market absent the ice skating rink, or is this all in one?
So looking at kind of from lessons learned, we would be looking at having the Mary Market just offered on December 2nd of this year. So it would just be offered one time at one offering, and combine that with the tree lighting event at the Civic Center.
Oh, okay, so I saw that in the presentation. That'll be the one-time event, one-time offering. I guess I'll be curious, so explain the cost of the ice skating rink. Why is that that amount minus the Mary Market with the idea that there's going to be a number of businesses and pop-up tents?
So on that, I would be with the forecasting of the budget, the operations that we've currently gone through, looking at the cost of the ice rink, the additional marketing funds needed, the overtime, the external marketing and communication, putting all that together, we're forecasting that it would be, or projecting that it would be up more around that 500,000 to 700,000.
Just for operation of the ice skating rink itself, with the ice, with the water, all that, and if it's synthetic, and I'm sorry, I apologize, you helped me too, Cheryl. What's your official title? The Deputy City Manager, Carson. Thank you as well. When we put this together, we were really thoughtful about the budget. So I want to move forward with this ice skate. I think it's a great opportunity for our city. I think when we originally approved it, it was the idea of investing in our city. If we don't invest in our city, who else is going to invest in our city? The other concept of this was going to be a price point and a data point to say, how do we try these Mary markets and try this as a data point to see if businesses can thrive in the city. And so I want to make sure that we hold true to that as well as pop-up and opportunities in our city. So if you have data similar to what Councilmember Kim has mentioned around the business aspect, if we don't have that, then I want to make sure we drive that as a data point for next time we do this, and we can have 2 years of data to, again, determine if this is a successful opportunity or not. But the premise and the heart of this was like, we got to invest in our city. It takes too long to build things that create gathering spaces for our community, and this was an effort to create a gathering space for our community. The other premise was that this having us in the South was also aligned with the tree lighting and the opportunity for our residents in the South to have investment that people may feel doesn't happen often in the South. And so I would love to continue to move this forward with those things in mind, with the idea of like this is a year 2 of a pilot, and if this is not successful, we want to look at the data points for that.
Councilmember Teeter.
Yeah, I think it was a big success, but I think it could be better. And I'd like to see something along the lines of maybe setting it up, not so much on the Mary Market theme, but having it set up afterwards in one of our parks. And possibly put it up for bid for one of the food trucks to be there when it's open, or maybe set it up to where whoever's the vendors are, they set up a hot chocolate bar or whatever, some drinks or something, a snack bar or something. It would be, nice. But, and I don't know, is there any place up north, to where something like that might go good? I think there's a lot of people that didn't want to come down this far. But on the other hand, I'm thinking if we did more promoting at the schools, and not just the school district 14, but the charter schools and 27J, and try to get some nights set up. And I think it's just a matter of getting a hold of the right people to coordinate it within the schools, and it'd be a great after-school program, in my opinion. Kids are always looking for some place to go after school, but I think overall it was a success, and I think you did a great job. That's all I got.
Councilmember Gardella.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I think it was a success. A couple feedback that I got from residents was like the decorations were a little tacky. I know a number of residents were like, where did we get them? So I think looking at different vendors that are really going to put some time into the decorations. I think one person said if we got the decorations from Family Dollar. I said, well, I hope we did because they used Commerce City. But I think we could look at that. I wasn't on council when this went on. Why did we pick here? Is there a reason why we picked the City Hall?
Yep. We evaluated several different places, locations throughout the city, and we were looking up north as well as Civic Center here, and we felt that in collaboration, or I guess in conjunction with the tree lighting event, this was a really ideal location. With the amount of participation that comes down from that event, it's a way to kind of kick off that event and kick off the holiday season. So therefore, we landed with the Civic Center as being the most ideal location.
Okay. I would suggest, we're really looking at Derby for a lot of other things, right? And I don't know where or what, but if we were to move it, I would suggest somewhere in the Derby area so we could really highlight Derby. I think that would be pretty cool. I don't know if there's space because, you know, Derby's really compact. But I just think that would be a win for Derby and the core city. But again, I'd like to see this continue. I think it's a good thing. I think weather wasn't on our side. Kudos to everyone that put it together. But yeah, just throwing that out there. I think this would be something cool around Derby to really highlight Derby.
Thank you.
City Manager Rogers, did you have something you want to add?
I did, but I didn't want to interrupt if council was going to go through just some things that I think may help further their thoughts and just further some checkpoints or milestones as we work through this process. Because, you know, we have stayed pretty high level with what we've shared with you tonight, but obviously there are some aspects of, you know, some additional dynamics and complexities like you share about location. While yes, the Civic Center location made sense, it also became a limitation in availability of other sites that could be able to fit the size of the ice skating rink that would be what we believed usable and what was recommended as a best practice. We initially, for instance, had it across the street in the parking lot, which would have allowed for a much larger and grander experience. But we ran through some complications around negotiating and being able to utilize that space, which required us to shift and to pivot to utilizing the Civic Center. While that is obviously public property that we own, we also experienced some of that navigation of site locations in the Northern Range or in the core city, both public and privately, just because you're then having to think about the consequence of, well, I'm shutting down a park in Derby, I'm shutting down a street, or I'm shutting down certain aspects for private business. You're bringing in private business that may then compete with other private business. So there were a number of different things that, you know, while we may not have necessarily shared all of the particular details, it went into some of our thinking behind the scenes about that best location that would be able to leverage some of the small businesses if we could get them to join, but also being able to meet some of the contractual obligations that we had with the selected vendor. But I have some other things to share with you all, but love to continue to hear what where your thoughts are going about cost, about location, about process, so that as we go further along, we don't cross a Rubicon that we can't come back from, that we may not be able to deliver on an experience that was originally anticipated for like this year. So, but I'd want to get there after I've heard all of council, if all of council's already spoken.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much. I was thinking too, Councilmember, that Derby would be a fun area and support those businesses and restaurants in that area as well at night. You'd have something else to do. I had experienced the ice rink in Fort Collins, and it's right smack in the middle of their old town, and fun. Thank you so much for doing this. It couldn't have been easy. Very challenging, no question about it, especially pretty quickly, and you had weather challenges as well, mostly hot. Too hot. I don't know how you kept it going. I would have liked to have seen more on the revenue and expenditures. I think that would have been helpful, but I didn't see a lot of social media mentions, which I think is a metric of people who are using it and whether they're enjoying it. So maybe it is true that there wasn't a lot of people who came down from the north and used the rink, because I'm typically in Facebook groups that are in the north, but I am part of South Commerce City groups as well, but there just wasn't much said about it, which surprised me. I noticed that while we did set aside $300,000 or $350,000, that you're now talking about an excess of $200,000 to $400,000 that will be needed as well. I find that figure breathtaking. And I also saw on one of the slides that 13 staff were required. So if we allocated 350,000, 300,000 went to the vendor, then 13 staff working on this is an operational cost that isn't reflected, that I would like to see reflected. We talked about, talked about data points quite a bit during the discussion of the golf carts. I think the same thing should apply in this case as well. Just in general, whenever we're doing these kinds of projects, I think it would be helpful. It would help us know where it might go, better location or something like that. And finally, the biggest thing on my mind is, why isn't this being run through Parks, Recreation, and Golf Commission? We just talked about having our volunteers involved in these kinds of decisions, and this seems like something that should have gone to them for their discussion before it came to us. And we even skipped that when we first approved it. We did not use Parks, Recreation, and Golf Commission, but it really does seem to me that they should be involved on this. And I would suggest postponing any kind of decision tonight and moving it to the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Commission their next meeting, so that they can evaluate and have this discussion and then bring it back to us.
If I may, Mayor, this was a direct motion from council, so there was no contemplation for staff to engage at that time. And as we currently are under contract, for the delivery of this ice skating rink.
Yeah, this wasn't a criticism of staff. I was asking,
If I may, ma'am?
I was asking my colleagues, City Manager Rogers, why we didn't involve Parks, Recreation, and Golf,
So unless I
and why we don't now.
So if I misunderstood, I thought that was an open question about why we didn't, and I simply responded.
No.
Councilmember Dukes.
So that was a great question. Actually, Parks, Rec, and Golf was involved. I mean, he provided updates to the commission on a couple of occasions to say, here's where it's at. It was actually one of the meetings that we talked about the challenges of having it in other places and locations where you mentioned, like, we're going to have it here, so you got feedback there. And also, this was a part of a larger motion that was around gathering spaces, and that's why it landed there. But Parks, Rec, and Golf was actually included in this process.
Thank you. Councilmember Young.
Thank you for all of your hard work. I would support trying this again next year. And as I always say, it's really important to get the plane in the air, and then you make course corrections along the way, right? So I see a lot of potential, but what I love the most is our opportunity to gather some of our businesses and corporate sponsors. It's such a great way to get our businesses involved in what's happening in our community. But this also becomes a community gathering space for families, for kids to come after school, or for families to do something on Saturday. If my boys had been younger and we had this, we would have come here in a heartbeat. The other ice rinks they're kind of far away. So this, it was a safe place, and it was a real ice skating rink, which I thought was really lovely, and probably a lot of work too. So I'm in support of this.
Okay, any other council members? Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I'm looking at this 319,000, 1,297 participants, is that correct?
Correct. We had 1,297 participants
Okay.
after the closing this season.
All right. Now you divide that by 319, that's $246 per person. So I think if we're going to do this, those numbers have to be way up. That's a lot of money to do this. And I understand we want to bring in other amenities and entertainment for our citizens because they deserve it. Have we thought about over in Pioneer Park? Maybe setting up on the basketball courts at that time, because it has really good lighting. There's water over there. I'm not saying water from the pool, but accessible. And then we have to look at last year's weather and this year's weather. I think we're gonna have the repeat of what we see now later on this year into 2027. I don't think the weather's gonna change that much as far as being cold at that time. We're gonna have to get used to things being different. So, and then to shorten it up at $500, $7,000, that's a no for me. I would really rather see it where it's still around the same amount as right now and work on getting more people to participate. The Mary Mart, I was looking for that, and I think that was very lacked. I mean, if we do have companies that like to participate for a Mary Mart. I think it could have been successful, but it was flat. And, lessons learned. And like I said, I would like to continue this, but not at 500, 700, not at that amount. Councilmember Guadalupe.
Yeah, and real quick, I also think the sponsorship piece, Ward 1 has tons of trucking companies, industry. I think we need to tap into some of those partners all along I-76, down, Ward 1 has the majority of a lot of the companies, and I think we have to leverage that. I've said it before to Jason, I think I would be willing to go meet with owners of those trucking companies, those companies, to see how they could give back to our city. They're here, they're not going anywhere, they're in Ward 1, so just throwing that out there.
City Manager Rogers?
Appreciate that, Mayor. Mr. Duda, if you could do me the pleasure of going back to the slide that showed the timeline. So I think what's important is we kind of think about, right, you've heard about the Herculean efforts that, the 13 staff that had to provide contingency operations in support of an effort and where we have, selected and worked with a vendor to pull off, something in its infancy this year. And with this ice skating rink and Mary Market, you've heard about some improvements that I think we've taken away. I believe that even our vendor today has taken away that would be necessary for it to really be a bright spot for the community going forward. I would say, as we look at up on the screen, there's a couple of big, pieces there of decision-making that I think informs how you move forward, how you don't move forward. And I will say, when we did this the original time, we did an RFP, competitive RFP. There was not a lot of traction in response to that RFP. Quite frankly, we had 2 respondents to that RFP. Now, this was a very targeted, a very tactical and strategic approach of being able to deliver this. So what you're hearing about doing it right is some of the feedback that we've heard from existing but also proposed individuals. Going back out, undertaking this doesn't necessarily guarantee that we may get responses. And I think that's important to share with you all so that not to tamp down your expectation, but to manage that we may be before you again to say, this is where we stand in the process. We may not have a vendor or a partner, existing or going forward, to be able to meet the continuation of this. So what does that then look like? So from a perspective of this, we have feedback. We will follow our procurement process in being able to solicit and try to position it. But I think what you're hearing from the staff is some of the things that they've identified is what will put us in the best position, but will not potentially guarantee that we may have someone who has the ability, that has the capabilities to do the job for us. So I just have to say that for you all to keep in the back of your mind, we will do everything in our power to put a successful RFP out there, but also understand if I do have to come back, that may be a conversation. Similar to what you did last year, you all set a cap about this is what we're willing to fund. And for whatever the gap may be based off of some of our initial analysis, right, trying to keep it below 500,000, the target and the challenge was to go find sponsorship dollars to cover that gap, which is what we've done. So you may want to set a lower cap and then see what we can do in trying to finish or cover that, what we presume to be the additional 250,000, 300,000, whatever it may be. And if we can't get there, it may have to be an appropriation ordinance to fill that with whatever else that would be necessary. These are all check-ins, these are all milestones that I think we would have to work towards. But the bigger one being, are we actually gonna find someone who's able to do what we assume for that period of time? And if not, how do you shift? But I say this again, we may be already past that Rubicon to be able to go back out to the market to get someone within a reasonable time frame to deliver. So I guess where I look at this is bring it back, but give us the flexibility to be able to make decisions on what we're getting in the market, what we're hearing from the market, what the market could bear, and what it would cost for us to do so. And maybe give us that upper edge of what you all be willing to think about from a funding perspective, so that we then know, to Councilmember Guardiola's point, of targeting businesses and working with them, not just in Ward 1, but across the city, about what could we actually deliver and what that response is.
Okay, I want to hear from council if you want to start at 319 and see what that gets us, and council wants, city comes back to see we have to raise that. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
You know what we haven't heard, City Manager Rogers, is what the response was from the sponsors, what they thought of it and whether they were satisfied with the bang they got for their buck.
Tim, do you have that information?
I do not have that information.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. We've heard from one of our sponsors, very ecstatic about it, look forward to supporting us again next year. However, we haven't had the time to connect with all the sponsors, so would like time to connect with them and understand what they saw value there.
When do you think you would have to? I'm looking at the timeline, and having been a fundraiser in all sorts of different realms, I don't see that listed for fundraising, because that was $200,000 to $400,000 extra dollars over and above what we already did last year. Where do you see that beginning, the fundraising aspect of it, and who does the fundraising? Is it staff people? What department does fundraising?
Yes, staff members from Economic and Community Vitality Department led those efforts, but hearing some of the interest from council members, I think we could make that a much grander total collectively.
And where do you start that?
ASAP, as you noted, that
Yeah.
you need a long runway. We need to start developing those materials and content today to get to the streets as soon as we can.
Okay. And has there been any thought given in terms of staff expertise to attaining the goal that Councilmember Dukes has talked about, but in a different format, a different form than this? Is there something else around the winter Christmas holiday that could be successful in bringing people together that doesn't cost $700,000?
Interesting that you asked. We have looked at alternatives. Now, we did not get down to the brass tacks of what that would cost. I mean, there obviously are other Winterfest, I will generalize it, opportunities that exist. I think if we are going to go down a particular path, per se, ice rink, it's hard for us to be devising in the background an alternative solution and to be putting forward our best effort in the development of an RFP around a particular item. Because, right, we're investing time, effort, resources in ensuring that we're going to get the best product. Trying to split that out across two different aspects that may be juxtaposed to each other and presenting that back to a council just isn't, you're not going to get the best. Let me just put it that way. You're not going to get the best out of either both of those. So it's either you're going to go down path A or you're going to go down path B. Path B could be more of a, well, not necessarily an ice rink, but think about what could we do as a winter fest that's built around our tree lighting that can still accomplish the community aims and or the vision that this council wanted to accomplish with year one of the ice skating rink in the Mary Market. But do it in a manner, in a sense that is, like I said, taking into account what we know and understand that the market can bear. That then gives us guidance and direction on what to go out to and to leverage some of the successes that we already have with our tree lighting event. But if we're gonna go down a path of ice skating rink and Mary Market, you know, we've kind of laid out what we need, and that's what we're gonna put our time in investing in, but also know that we don't necessarily control our own fate because we don't have the resident expertise internally to do it. So we have to rely on the community that does this to come out and force, to be able to present to us that they can do it well, meet the expectations of the community, staff, and the council. And that's just one of the things, like I said, that when you get so narrow, you know, we've crossed the Rubicon that we may not be able to come back of, and we have to continue down that path versus something that's, what's the expectation? We want the community to have a blast. We want the community to feel that they've been heard, that they've been recognized, that they've been celebrated, and that we've created something that also creates a revenue opportunity for our business, but also for the city in a dynamic way. Now, if that's your goal, that gives me and the staff more broad application to be able to look at than the ice skating rink and just a Mary Market. And that's a conversation that not necessarily was born out of this because we were giving you a feedback on what we've provided, but I would say take yourself back up to that level. Is that what you're trying to accomplish? And if so, maybe we then need to go back to the whiteboard and think more broadly about what we can do, or not. And we'll go do what council says. But I just have to share that with you, is that we're defining a path now, and that's what we're gonna go run with, if that's what the body wants us to do.
Yeah. And a follow-up to that is, and this was asked earlier on the other topic, what does success look like? What will success look like for the city on this? And was that achieved in the first year? And is it envisioned for the second year? What can be done?
Yeah, you know, we identified expectations within our arrangement with the vendor. I will tell you, you know, we are, you know, since breakdown just occurred last week, we are continuing to do our own due diligence internally to see what and how those expectations were met. How could they have been met? And those discussions will also have to include the vendor as part of that. So I'd say it's too early to say, have we qualified this first year as a success? I think what you have here is really looking at the data of the impact operationally to the city and how to be able to deliver it. Once again, expectations can also be, you know, success and happiness by those individuals that came to the ice skating rink. Did they keep surveys with residents who were repeat skaters? Did they deliver on the Mary Market as what we expected under the contract? Yes, no, that's a conversation that we have with them. But since it's just literally turn of the shutdown or breakdown, breakdown of the ice skating rink, we haven't really been able to dig into those details. So it's a great question, but we're not there yet.
Okay, was there a survey of the participants, the skaters?
No, we did not have a survey.
Okay.
I know that the vendor tracked numbers about who came, and I think they kept information about, right, who had to fill out the waiver. I will say I was a repeat skater, even though I didn't skate. So I know I had to fill out the waiver multiple times, every time that we had to come. So there's some data that they have in their systems that we may be able to pull. But like I said, we haven't just gotten to that stage yet.
Okay. Yeah, so the timing is a little off in terms of saying yes when we don't have all the information yet.
And that's where, like I said, it's that Rubicon question, because it's such a long-running item that we have to develop and build and once again, we don't have a lot of vacant spaces that we can place this type of amenity on without affecting the use of the other public amenity. If you look at it, it took out about a good third of one of our parking aisles and changing some of the traffic flows. So there are implications and impacts that come when you think about it with a park and they're parking. You don't want to necessarily put it on grass because you could damage the grass, which then has other implications down the line. So it's a trickle-down effect when you then have to then start working with private property and being able to engage for a location that may be accessible. That takes time, that takes negotiations. And then it's ensuring that you have a vendor who's willing to go into that space as well with their own product, because, right, that's their product, not ours.
So the why and the what has been basically described, but the how is the challenge, and that all falls to you and your staff. And frankly, I don't want to make the decision for you. I want you to just look at it and say, you know what, this works or it doesn't work. And especially when you're looking at the vendor, I know there were problems with the ice skating vendor guy before it started. There were challenges. You weren't even sure it was going to open up because of that. But I would really prefer leaving this to staff because it's such a huge endeavor. It is not a small endeavor, and it is a lot of money too.
Councilmember Dukes?
Thank you, Mayor. Just kind of following up to that, I think in the staff memo or the council recommendation, the staff recommended approving moving forward with this. And so I'm taking that into account of you deem this as a project that was going to garner a lot of support if we do it again next year, right? Is that correct? Is that what I'm inferring?
Say that one more time for me, sir.
So in the council communication, it was recommended to approve moving forward with this. Is that correct?
I am pulling that up. One moment, sir. I had the presentation up. With the additional funds. That's what my colleague's whispering in my ear over
Yeah,
there.
he doesn't forget anything. So, I mean, with that in mind, I just follow Mayor Pro Tem's questions, which I agree with, is in terms of like if staff is on board with moving forward with this, I'm on board with moving forward with it. I can't tell you how many residents were just excited about having an ice skating rink as a part of a gathering for the community. It was a level of excitement. I thought the communication with the Winterfest and the Little Bear and everything in that nature was effective. I saw a lot of it. I did hear a lot of residents say, I'm going to go down there, but then it was hot, right? It was like, it was a hot day. So I'm in favor of moving forward with it. I would recommend capping it at 500,000 as the max, with the understanding that you're still going to fundraise and need to get to that amount at some level of it. I would also love to try it in the north. I think having it in the south this year and then trying it in the north next year will give us some data points that we can compare and then begin to say, okay, how do we expand or it'll give us a different data point. I still believe that having a Buffalo Run at the rec center will be a great space as people are coming out to the Cereal with Santa, and we have that open space that's not used. I do understand that when we first looked at this, it was the idea of having having it in a location near here because of security reasons and being able to keep it open, and some of that changed or shifted. And I think we can accommodate that up north and at Buffalo at the rec center, Franklin. I think we can get excitement for folks from the south that come up north. Folks down south have the tree lighting. Up north, we can couple it with some of the, the holiday festivities that we already have, and I'd love to have another data point there. We do have a parking lot up at the rec center that's not used fully, some parts of it, and so it could be a great data point, like I'm saying. I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem in terms of success metrics, and I think that is some things that you can work on as you're knitting this sweater, as we're wearing it, where you are able to reach out through RFP, talk about the same things that we're interested in data points, like what is the customer experience, what are the expectations for the sponsorships, and then, does this disrupt, and if it's at a rec center, does this just disrupt other people's experience as well? I think you can figure some data points out and then share with us. For me, in listening to residents, it's about the gathering, and so what I'm hearing, City Manager Rogers, that you are going to put out an RFP and you're going to solicit responses, and that there's going to be a point where if we don't get enough responses, we will have to pivot, right, if that's the case. And so I think that time when we're ready to cross that bridge, we can talk about other options to meet the ultimate need is gathering spaces for our community that we want to invest in, so our residents do not have to drive to Northglenn, Denver, Thornton, that there's something here for our residents across the whole city. And if we can find events that are holding true to that premise, I'm all in favor for it. And when the time comes, if we don't have a RFP vendor, then we can pivot. But I want to make sure we pivot with the premise in mind around this is the gathering space for our residents, open to all. It creates memories and then also it's going to have an economic benefit to our city.
Thank you. The challenge I see at the Bison Rec Center in the parking lot right now on the weekends, especially Saturday, is parking for sports. It is from 8 o'clock till 2, just parking lot's packed. And then we're trying to find room for our employees to park. That's a challenge. So if we do utilize that space, it can't be in the parking lot. It at least has to be in the grass area that's to the east, or I know there's a gap between, but that's not a good place either. So just some thoughts out there. You may have to do it again down here or another park that has that size of space to hold that without being on grass. Councilmember Kim.
I would concur with regards to what Councilmember Duke said with surrounding the cap at 500K. But I don't agree with it being in the north. And the reason why is primarily because I hear from a lot of residents that talk about how, I bet, when it first was coming out, I bet it's gonna be in the north. I bet it's gonna be in the north, right? Because everybody always gets, there's always that feeling of, forget the south, we're just gonna keep it in the north. I honestly would like to keep it here at the Civic Center, but again, at that point, also, I would trust staff to make a determination where, to Mayor's point, Bison Ridge, parking lot's packed, not for me at 5 a.m., or I know Councilmember Dukes goes there too, and he knows, but yeah, I would trust that staff would make a determination as where it would be best suited. But honestly, for me, I like to still keep it in the south, whether it's in Derby or even here at the Civic Center or wherever staff decides. That's all.
All right. You got your marching orders? City Manager Rogers?
It is clear, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm still capped at 319 though, so.
Yes, capped at 500.
500, but I'm 319.
500.
That's fine. Everybody okay with 500? Okay.
I see consensus, so.
That is with the expectation that we're going to fundraise and we're going to get sponsorships.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to council, on to report, City Manager Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things to share with you all. You all received an email from me in regards to a economic development trends report. That economic development trends report shows construction valuations based on the sectors that we have here in the city. It forecasts future levels of development activity, as well as shows major development in Commerce City's 4 different wards that we have. It is going to be our goal to get that posted to our economic and community vitality webpage, so that it is available for our residents. This is a very helpful tool as we start to be thinking about, more effectively identifying our revenue streams for upcoming budgets. You kind of heard a little bit of that with respect to our long-term financial plan. This will play into that, helping to identify that baseline. A couple of things just out of Public Works, just want to bring to the attention of our residents. We do have a CIP, Capital Investment Program dashboard, where individuals can find transparent information on projects planning, design, construction, and completion. Why do I say that? We haven't been the best in patting ourselves on the back, thinking about what we've been able to accomplish across last year, but also what's leading into this year in 2025. We've completed major projects with the Colorado Boulevard multimodal improvements, a bridge replacement for Potomac Street, a bridge milestone for 96th Avenue widening, just to name a kind of big ones. And as far as projects advancing in 2026, those who are living in or driving in on Highway 2 is our median improvements for increasing safety along that thoroughfare. 68th Avenue multimodal improvements that are forthcoming that will happen this year, a new signal at 105th Avenue and Chambers Road, and ongoing pavement preservation work. I share all of this is that when you drive around our city, there are more than a handful big minor projects that add up over the course of the year that we are doing that is advancing our community appearance, but also advancing safe and efficient and effective public infrastructure. So just had to call that out, and the best place where you can find the overall list of that is in our CIP dashboard. And with that, I will concede my time to my colleague.
Any questions? City Manager, Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, a lot of public works projects all over the place, going very well. I have a question. I haven't seen it back on the agenda, but the ARPA money, there's $5 million left. The money has to be dispensed by the end of this year. I know from talking to residents in the South that there are some families that have lost their breadwinners because of the immigration issue and are just barely hanging on. And other people who need the ARPA funds as well have the applications opened up again. And how are we going to get rid of the $5 million and get it in the right hands, get it to people who need it in the next 8 months, 9 months?
So with the ARPA dollars, we do have it, I believe, scheduled for, and I'm looking at it. I'm looking for it on our upcoming study session. We have it for April 13th, ARPA project updates. So that's to kind of let you know where we stand with our ARPA expenditure. One of the things, obviously, is that we have buckets identified that have been approved, that we have contractual obligations tied to. We can reallocate within those buckets, but we can't create new buckets with where we stand. So in particular, if we have an emergency rental and mortgage assistance program and we have contracts with company A and company B, we can talk about where we stand with those contracts and where we think that expenditure rate will be. And if we don't believe that we're going to be able to meet the deadline of expending what we had initially identified, which is just say $100 for simple math, and say we're only going to get to 50. we can talk about reallocating that 50 to a different bucket that we've identified as the overall Advancing Commerce City Together program that, whether that's for economic development, workforce development, or for supporting other programs under the food equity and so forth. I use that as an example in which you'll be having that conversation within the better part of the next month and a half.
7 weeks is a long wait, and I'm asking if the program has reopened because applications were closed. They were not accepting applications with the ACT program. Has that been reopened?
What particular aspect of the ACT program, ma'am?
I don't know. That was what I've been told by several people, that they weren't accepting new applications.
I would encourage that those residents who are making those points to speak with our project manager so that they can have the most recent information. Because it's hard for me to say that whether our taking applications with CCA or MSU is closed, or if we're talking about the emergency rental assistance. Once again, we have a number of different programs. We have a number of different aspects of how we're applying it. So always encourage that individual to make contact with the project lead.
Yeah.
So that they have that.
Yeah, I think they are. So I hope that has changed, but I am concerned that we won't know what traction there is for another 7 weeks. So that does concern me. If there's a way to move it up, that would be really helpful. It's so important to be able to share that $5 million with our residents and put it in social media so people know that they can still do it. Thank you.
Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager Rogers, quick question about backup. We've been having a lot of emails about speeding and conversations about traffic calming in our emails and on social. I was originally thinking about doing a town hall to address some of these issues, but I remember and I recall that the city's we're doing a speak up, a talk up thing, and are we still doing that?
Yeah, so we have 4 planned speak up series. No different than what we did last year, where we had obviously tables and staff from multiple different departments, but we also had a table for council to be able to take conversation or comments or questions and concerns from the residents. Right now, we are anticipating the first one to be in April. Still working through the dates of availability that we're looking on your calendars that you all have, and we'll be locking that in soon enough with you all. So April, May, August, and November are the 4 general timeframes in which we would have these speak ups, 2 in the northern range, and I believe 2 in the core city. But as we continue to firm that up, we will share that information with the council.
Thank you. And so during those speak ups, we'll have the police as well as council, and we have these resource tables. And so residents can come and get some of their questions answered about the speeding or traffic calming measures.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And then also, we had a couple residents want to start traffic calming conversations. Can you share about that process and what's going on there?
Yes. So, when it comes to traffic calming, obviously we have publicized and are continuing to flesh out for ease of knowledge growth, but also navigation, is a process under a Safe Streets initiative. This dates back to adoption of a budget as part of the 2025. Now that we have all of the pieces as part of that Safe Street initiative, part of it was education, outreach, radar van. Radar van is going to be up and running in April with what we are currently hearing from our vendor. It also talked about the safety action plan, transportation master plan. So you put all of those together. Now that the most recent document got approved in February, we're now able to stitch that together about what that looks like as far as engagement, outreach, education, awareness with our community. And we've identified a process where we call it a petition, but I think that's more just about application nomenclature. It's more really about how do we build around a community ambassador that is going to be able to be the individual working within their neighborhood to be able to galvanize residents on their block, next block over, neighborhood wide, to be able to come to the city and say, we have an issue around speed, we have an issue around safety, we want to engage, we want to sit down with you and talk about what does that look like and how do we build towards success if we're able to hit certain markers. And that is the process under that Safe Streets initiative that we've identified in our traffic calming policy that will enable the community broadly to be able to, have that voice with us across the table at the onset of what can be done, what can't be done, what do I need to learn about speed, what do I need to learn about the handbook, and then help that guide through the entirety of the process.
Okay, so with that in mind, we should recommend as a council to have residents reach out to the city staff or the Traffic Common website to start the process, right? If they really want change. I mean, is that the most productive way to actually get something done?
I would say so, right? I get, and I love that the residents reach out to you all independently, individually, but it's very hard from an execution and from an efficacy and efficiency standpoint of having a council member say, hey, this person got to me, what can we do? What can you do? Go out and do it. And having that come from 9 different places just isn't the most realistic and or effective approach. The community, though, coming together broadly will allow for us to really take heart about what we're hearing and how to work with them, how to educate them, and how to be thinking about what can and cannot be done together, so that when we get to that outcome, it's not an outcome or an expectation that we set, but it's an expectation that we've come to collaborate and coordinate with them on, and that they can understand and appreciate about the work that's been done.
Okay. And on the other side of the coin, we've been hearing conversations around petty theft, right? And I know you sent out a neighborhood watch memo maybe 6 months ago. Is that something, the same concept as that our community can reach out to the city and begin to have neighborhood watch programs to address petty theft versus?
Absolutely.
Okay. There's a program for that.
There is a program for that. Our crime prevention unit has been very active in pushing neighborhood watch. I will say effectively, we've not gotten a lot of response broadly throughout our community. I would say that we have 5 since 2024 that we've established. The majority of those have been in our northern range. We do have 1 in our core city that is active. But I would say, what we've tried to communicate with that is that you have a willing partner to sit down, to educate, to give you the basic building blocks in PD, at the initial onset of this. But there's got to be an accountability and a responsibility from then your block leader, your block commander, to be able to galvanize your neighbors to say, hey, you watch out for my home, I watch out for yours. And then now we have eyes on the street. It is not something that PD leads, but PD is there to help guide and to direct you in the right path to be successful when you establish that.
Okay. And I know, just based on my research, like when cities do that, when they have effective block champions that galvanize communities and neighborhoods, it's actually a resiliency thing where it's not just so reliant on the city resource or city staff. Like it's a community resiliency effort, actually, based on some of the research. Is it possible that you can send just another write-up that we can share with our residents that gives the actual links to who to reach out to for like the traffic calming petition, and then also with the neighborhood watch? Because I think it might have got lost in some of our emails. My hope is that we can share consistent communication so that our residents can get real resolve to issues that they're expressing. And so by giving the touch points where we can share, here's who to contact, it might be helpful to make sure that happens, if that's possible, if that's okay.
Am I getting head nods from council that you all would like that? I see 1, I see 2, I see 3, I see 4, 5. All right, I see consensus. So we can work on something that, once again, you don't want to lose the reader, but I think we can get some good high-level points that you all can share in your own platforms out to the community, as well as what we want to do with standing that up.
Okay, just something, I hope simple, but my hope is listening to you and talk about, we do have programs and we have resources that can help our community address some of the problems that we hear about. Will be helpful for us to get that message out, because I value the emails and I get the intent of sharing their concerns. I just worry that it doesn't help them get their intended results, right? It's just, it's not going to where, and it creates more frustration than anything else. And I want to make sure we can address some of the results they're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, Manager Roger, I had a question for you. I know we had our, we did the contract for the solid waste and recycling. Out of that, you may not have this number, but out of the recycling portion, what portion of that contract is recycling? Like 2 million or?
I unfortunately do not have that number on the top of my head, Mayor. I'd have to get back to the council about what that is in the budget, unless my staff has that readily available, but I do not right now.
Okay. I had the pleasure last Thursday after our legislative workshop, Congressman Evans was there. Also talked to Circular Action Alliance, or someone working within your office, and to net back the money for the recycling that we contract with Republic, based on Colorado's action HB 22-1355. Starting in June, they're going to start reimbursing that amount. And so I just curious, I want the council to know that we'll be able to get that money going forward 100%, and that's significant, because we're the only city in Colorado that does recycling costs, cover the cost of recycling and solid waste. So I thought that was pretty good discussion. Knowing the city's working on that, there's more steps involved.
Correct.
But they want to initiate that reimbursement starting this year in June.
I appreciate you sharing that, Mayor. It's my understanding, I have great people, whispering in my ears to the left and to the right, that we have been contacted. We are engaging with them, and obviously, once we have some more concrete information, we can share that with the council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council, City Attorney Zarzaki.
No problem, Mayor. I'll be very quick, just letting council know I attended the CML legislative workshop with the mayor last week. And a quick summary, I think the highlighted bills that CML flagged for the respective municipalities in attendance in large part mimic the same bills that have been flagged by Policy Matters. So I think we are in good hands with our state lobbyists. That is all.
Thank you. Any questions for City Attorney? Seeing none, on to City Council reports. Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, City Attorney, can you tell us where, I believe we approved the solicitation identification ordinance, and I'm curious where that's at, or I just want to make sure I know we approved it, but, or if it's on second reading or whatnot.
No, it has been approved, I believe. It is not yet in Muni Code because we are having like a 6-month delay from our contractor and getting everything updated on the Muni Code. It is effective law for the city. To the extent that you have questions about enforcement, I don't have any answers for you right now, but city manager might. Code enforcement?
I do not have it at this time. In particular, are you?
Sorry, I was just thinking, answer my question around, is it effective law? Because I want to begin to communicate that out to our community if we can. Essentially, this is a updated code to our door-to-door solicitation, our solicitors, and they're required to have visible identification that shows their business or tax ID on their somewhere identification. So as springtime comes around the corner, I think we anticipate having more door-to-door solicitation, and this should be something that we want to share and communicate that it's public safety. They should have identification. So thanks for.
Okay, council members' reports. Mayor Pro Tem Noble?
Thank you very much, Mayor Douglas. I spoke at a CDPHE hearing last week on my behalf and of my residents. It was on GEM 2 in particular, and we'd heard a lot about that previously from a different director of our E3 group. But what's important to this is that GEM 2 has allowed a fairly substantial loophole that allows Suncor to move 75% of their emission targets, can get those met through trading as opposed to reducing pollution. It puts us in a worse position than we were before. So it was a question of whether CDPH is, and the board, the commissioners are going to go back and take a look at how they're going to fix that oversight. The oversight is most detrimental to Commerce City in particular. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I will go ahead and have the city manager send out my remarks so that you can, and a letter I also have from a bunch of groups.
Thank you. Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I attended the South Adams County Water and Sanitation District meeting on February the 8th or the 11th, where they approved $332,508.13 to the city of Commerce City for the district's water system improvements as part of the 96th Avenue widening project. And was it yesterday we attended the unveiling of the horse at
Cockleberry?
Cockleburr. Couldn't remember the name. That's a long story behind that. Anyway, it was a nice showing and nice unveiling, and we had some nice refreshments over at the Historical Society afterwards, along with Mr. Jose, or Councilmember Jose Guardiola, and Councilmember Young. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Dukes?
So just a couple updates. Well, I'll try to be brief, but it's been a pretty busy couple weeks. One, I wasn't able to attend the water board. I wasn't able to attend the water meeting because I was participating in a conversation with neighboring city council members, neighboring cities, talking about a regional transportation authority and what that would look like and the possibility. This was an initial meeting and a conversation with our neighbors as we all have experience with transportation issues. And so the conversation is like, what does it look like to have an alternative? What do people have done in the past? And so it was a great introductory meeting that may lead to some other discussions. But I wanted to bring it up because we as Commerce City and others have experienced challenges with having our transportations met across the city. And so we're looking at what are some possible solutions to solve for some of those transportation needs. The other update I want to share is I had the monthly kickoff, my monthly meeting at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge. And it was a great group of residents, and we talked about the importance of just how we have follow through in public opportunities. Here's the public comments and conversations that we share resources. Also talked about the idea of how do we work with Suncor to improve Brighton Boulevard. And then we talked about the golf course and what it looks like as an asset or liability. But ultimately, this group of residents are just excited about being supportive and making sure that we have opportunities for our city moving forward to include resident voice. The big conversation at that meeting as well was about speeding. and what's needed for speeding and trans. That's why I appreciate City Manager Rogers really explaining that we do have policies in place that residents can participate in if they want to address the problems with traffic calming and speeding as an issue. I also attended the DRCOG meeting last week, and DRCOG, it was a pretty packed agenda, but a couple of things that came out. I want to inform us as a council. I've been nominated to be a part of the Power Ahead subcommittee, and Power Ahead is the conversations about having water or heat pumps installed and being able to provide opportunities. I kind of debriefed a couple weeks ago about having residents having the opportunity to have heat pumps and things installed at no cost, but it's ultimately an opportunity to decarbonize our cities. And so this will be a part, I'll be on the oversight committee representing City of Commerce City. In that, we're also looking at a trip from DRCOG to Seattle, which will mirror what we have talked about as a council and having trips. And so we'll mirror their version of DRCOG up in Seattle, where I can bring back information. I'll talk with council members around what you want to learn with, whether it's mass transit in Seattle or how they are looking at their early child care system as a city, which you know they have expanded it, or other things that you might be interested in. I can piggyback and talk with you offline about what you want to learn before I go on that trip. And then there was a presentation by the Urban Land Institute. Urban Land Institute is an opportunity to have a specific program called the Urban Plan. And the Urban Plan is an exercise that is provided by the Urban Land Institute that is, it helps our community elected officials and appointeds learn the fundamental forces that affect development. So this is a training opportunity for our community that they can go through an inclusive activity that talks about, and it's a workshop where they can explore challenging issues, the complex trade-off to, and fundamental economics and playing the trade-off when we think about realistic land use solutions. So in short, this is a workshop that is provided and we can engage in, and city manager is going to talk with our Urban Land Institute about how do we have conversations with our city and our residents about land growth, land development, and the trade-off that we experience as council members in terms of like, how do you have public parks versus infrastructure and the cost the numbers have to meet. And so be able to have more education about that so we're all informed. It'll be great training for us, but also for our planning commission and for others in our city. Quick updates and some meetings I had per council policy. Want to make sure we are informed of when we have meetings with external parties about different issues. So Daniel Frank, I met with Daniel Frank and had a conversation with him about our efforts to improve our use and impact fees. I think that was a conversation that we've started a year ago, and so he was curious around what that looks like as this moving forward. I have a meeting with Dale West this Thursday, and this is as they're going through transition with their, do you mind if I finish, Mayor? Just
Wrap it up, sir.
I had a meeting with Dale West, and this is important to talk about their transition with their, they had an external government affairs person, and so I'll be meeting with the new people to talk through with their vision with the Dale West area. And then John Zurak, John came and he talked earlier this year about how we are categorizing self-serving car washes and how that's categorized for tax purposes. And so I actually referred him to go to talk with city attorney to talk through what he's envisioning and how he's worked with the city of Aurora. And so hopefully there's a conversation around what they've done in Aurora so that we can have some type of thing to react to or look at. And so I think I pass it on to the city attorney. And the last one is just, I know it's just a busy week of me being external.
Councilmember Dukes, Councilmember Dukes.
Hold on.
Councilmember Dukes, you just put you back in. I thought you're going to wrap up.
I'm wrapping
Hold on,
up.
I'll let you.
Mayor, I can
No,
be
no,
done by now. It's wrapped
just
up
come
with one
back.
point. One more point.
30
I met
seconds.
with Anything Library with Councilmember Young, and this was a conversation about our Express Library and also understanding the ballot initiative that ended up failing in Commerce City. And so we had a great discussion with Anything and the Rangeview Library System. And with that, I am done with my council report.
All right, thank you. Didn't know you were going to go another 2 minutes. All right, Councilmember Galola.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick. Derby Review actually met on Tuesday, and they approved $3,350 for window replacements for 6250 East 72nd Avenue. Again, there were some really good conversations with the folks at the Derby Review about how do we uplift Derby, and really getting the word out about this fund. We met with the evaluation committee, Councilmember Teeter and Councilmember Kim, city manager, and we're looking to seeing how we're going to be evaluating our 3 employees. We're meeting with legal, city attorney, and hopefully the city judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kim.
Yeah, thank you. So we had a board and commission meeting on February 14th to basically interview one individual. I believe that went really well. I met with Commissioner Steve Odorizio, and I will say this, the one thing he wanted me to echo to the rest of the council is with regards to the Behavioral Health Center. He's aware of the concerns. He's aware, and what his plan is to him, along with his fellow county commissioners and staff, is to go back to the drawing board with regards to the Behavioral Health Center that they're looking at. Later in that day, I did meet with Dave Singer from UPrep. Had a great opportunity to kind of understand a little bit better with pre-K and kindergarten, and it was a great little tour that I had there. To what Councilmember Guardiola had said, eval committee met with the city manager, Mr. Rogers, to discuss outlining the framework for establishing metrics for 2027. The eval committee and city manager agreed to place an executive session in April for this to be discussed, agreed by the majority of council and the city manager. Additionally, we discussed preparation for the 2026 evaluation tool, which will be discussed at a future exec session, I believe sometime in June. And finally, I did have had a monthly meetup as well, similar to what Councilmember Dukes does, just kind of high-level things we talked about is public safety and infrastructure, ICE enforcement, along with strengthening civic engagement, and a few other things too. Great conversations overall. Candidate Liliana Soto, who's running for House District 32, was there, along with Michael Farrington, who's running for RTD District E, who is also a Commerce City resident, was there as well to hear from regarding transportation issues. The one thing I will echo that I've heard from a lot of the community members that were at my meetup was accessibility to leadership. Received requests encouraging other members to request for other city council to host monthly meetups similar to what I've done or what Councilmember Dukes does. Essentially, this would be considered different compared to the one-on-ones that maybe we have with residents and all, but hosting monthly meetups. So I would encourage that to the rest of council to just set something up, put it out there, and see if people show up. Sometimes you'll get 1 or 2 people, or sometimes you'll get over a dozen people or so. At the end of the day, it's definitely about making sure that we are accessible to our residents. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Trujillo.
Oops. Thank you, Mayor. Attended my first airport coordinating committee meeting on the 11th of February with City Manager Rogers, as well as City Attorney Zarzeki and Mayor Douglas. And I do have to say, I'm really walking into these rooms, Commerce City has had a lot of presence there, and I really appreciate that, not just with this committee, but I've just noticed that in general, even when we went to the Adams County Regional Summit. So just want to put that out there and love that all of us are that engaged. Learned a lot in that very first meeting. Got familiar with some of the underlying agreements. For those of you who are not on this committee, the ACC is basically established along with other several municipalities here in Adams County, Brighton, Federal Heights, Thornton, Aurora, basically to discuss and to look at all of our mutual interests with respect to the airport development along with the noise control. I'm happy to report that we will be getting our first distribution under one of those agreements after many, many years because there is some activity. And so was happy to learn about that, and sounds like we're heading in a great direction. Want to follow up. I did submit a couple of notice council business for our next council meeting. I brought this up probably maybe 2 study sessions ago. I reported out regarding the Housing Authority. And after attending a few of those meetings, there's a couple of things that I want to highlight. And I've had conversations with some of you with respect to these things. One of them is that it's one of the new council business that's coming forward on the second is I would like the city attorney and city manager, I'm going to be making a motion to change the council appointees' role on the committee to non-voting, because there are definitely some legal and ethical conflicts with respect to that. And I believe those have to be addressed. As council members, we are elected to vote for our constituents as council members. I want to have the ability to preserve our votes as council members. There's some times where we are not in alignment potentially with the Housing Authority. And having a council member as a voting member, voting on the same issue twice is a conflict. And so that will be coming forward our next meeting. The second one, which I'm not sure if it made it on new council business, I think we kind of stacked that one. It did? Okay, great. Is also expanding the terms. Currently, the all appointees, with the exception of council, it's a 3-year term and 2 consecutive terms that can be served. Industry standards with respect to development are more in alignment in other housing authorities are 4 to 5 years. And that makes sense. That gives the members an opportunity to really get their feet on the ground, to stay active and engaged in certain development. And so I just think that there's a really good opportunity there to expand that to 5 years. And so that will be coming forward as well. So I'm happy to have conversations with anybody who has further questions about that. But that is my report out. Thank you.
Okay, any other council members? Councilmember Sandoval?
Yeah, I just have a quick update, and I attended Youth Commission, and during our Youth Commission, we had a representative from Bus Patrol, Cristina Amparan, which is the Government Affairs and Community Partnership Manager, and she presented to the youth on Bus Patrol and its benefits, and essentially what Bus Patrol is. It's an AI-powered technology. It's 360-degree cameras on school buses, and it's intended to monitor both what's inside the buses as well as what's happening outside, with a main emphasis on monitoring traffic violations, because oftentimes when the stop arm is extended, cars continue to pass by the bus and thus putting children at risk for getting ran over. And so there's tons of violations for that. And so the purpose behind that is to work with law enforcement to reduce that. And the best part about it is that there's no cost to taxpayers or the school districts. It is completely funded through violations. And so they have statistics where 90% of the violators are not repeat offenders. And so it's a benefit, and the students kind of voice their opinions on whether they would like to see that within their school districts. Brighton 27J has already implemented, bus patrol into some of their buses, and they're continuing to work with them. Unfortunately, they have not been able to make headway with Adams 14, and so some of the youth had taken that responsibility on to also engage the board for their district. And so they're going to go back and have that conversation. And Ms. Amparan also made mention that she's met with Councilmember Dukes and Mayor Douglas, as well as City Manager Rogers and the Chief of Police. So everybody seems to be in support of this. And so we just need to get our entire city protecting our students and reducing, accidents that can be preventable, as well as address some of the things that might happen within a school bus, whether that's bullying, whether that's inappropriate behaviors, either by the students or the bus driver. So all around, it seemed like a great fit. The youth were very intrigued by it and provided their appropriate feedback, and that might be something that they also include during their town hall that's coming up in April, which they're still continuing to work hard on, and they will be advertising that broadly throughout the community soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Noble, did you have something else?
Thank you. Councilmember Kim jogged my memory because the week before I had a meeting with Commissioner Emma Pinter. The topic was the Fuel Impact Enterprise Fund and the $6.4 million that are available, representing the 64% of fuel that is distributed out of Commerce City's boundaries from 5 different fuel supply depots and one that's in DuPont, which we surround. So I just wanted to let you know that I am still working on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your reports. And Councilmember Dukes, you can just jump in line and do another 5 minutes if you want to. Your first time. Not now. Just messing with you. All right. Just to first start out with, for those who are going to the National League of Cities Congressional City Conference, please go online to the CML website and sign up, because there are several activities that you need to RSVP for. And if you don't, then you'll miss out. One is Monday night, there's a reception. Tuesday's Lunch in the Hill at the Rayburn office. And then it talked about bus transportation to lunch. And also Wednesday, March 18th is Breakfast with the Senators. And then there's also Hill Day, which is Wednesday morning after Breakfast with the Senators. So make sure you go online and sign up so you can participate. I had a meeting with the NETC, and basically it's Northern Area Transportation Commission. It's City of Denver, Aurora, and Commerce City. And they're looking at taking on the pilot program with RTD. Talk with RTD. They are willing to fund the 20% for the next 3 years. City Manager Rogers, did you want to add in there?
I can't speak to that, Mayor. I don't have that information in front of me. You're talking about the NETC microtransit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, I don't have the particular details.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to say something else.
Oh, no, sir.
I saw you looking over, so, okay. Well, there's a letter, we bring it forward with all the information. On the AdCog, sub-regional transportation, I was on there as a vice chair. I had a meeting with Social Justice Ministry over at Our Lady Mother Church around enforcement, around ICE. There was, I'd say, a handful of citizens that were there. And they're concerned about ICE, of course, because our population is, over 50% Hispanic. and people are aware of what's going on. I happened to sit at a fundraiser table or a gathering with Congressman Evans. I saw him Thursday night and also just Saturday. We talked for about a half hour, different things, and one of them was immigration. Some soft landing on some of the project that we're going to go to DC to talk to him about. Also thank him for the 88th funding we receive. So he's looking forward to our visit in DC. E470 Board of Directors meeting with Councilmember Teeter as well. And it's the RTD Metro Mayor's breakfast, that's Fridays ago. Dr. Carr, Powerhead Colorado Oversight Committee, I'm on there as well. I was alerted that Councilmember Dukes and another council member, I'm not sure what city, has got nominated to be on there as well. I'm on there serving for the utility and for Commerce City. Utility is United Power. And so talking about that, they did a second round of $6 million that was left over from the initial money that was sent out to cities around the soft cost and permitting process. And also if there's any around the granting of the funds, if there's additional money that's needed from Dr. Cog on the Powerhead Colorado, there is funding needed for the city if you would like to apply for another grant. Also attended the airport coordinating committee with City Manager Rogers and City Attorney Zarzeki and Councilmember Trujillo, as she said. And the area that she's Councilmember Trujillo is referring to is there's 1,500 acres within the Aerotropolis as far as what the cities can share back on the sales and use tax within the airport corridor. So I went to the airport the other day and looking over, there's I think it's like a 4 or 5 acre site that's not being built. And that would be really the first share back of the cost. And it's a full share back. I mean, we get, I believe is it 33% or 27%? 27% for Commerce City, 27% for Aurora, 27% for, okay. I was going to finish up here. So there are funding and more to come as far as the distribution. Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you, Mayor. I got another 5 minutes. Is that all right?
Sure.
I do. So let's use this 5 minutes. No, City Manager Rogers, I do have a question for you. It's around, it is around, what was my question? Oh, now I forgot after I cracked my joke.
You got 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
I know.
Just take your entire time.
Now the pressure's on. Hold on, let me look at my notes. Oh, City Manager Rogers, the question's about, we normally have opportunity at the end of our study sessions to look at our agenda, moving ahead for study sessions. One of the agenda topics we had in line for April was the sales and use tax discussion. Is that still on par for having that discussion for sales and use tax as an update to our study session that we had last year?
The retail sales demand?
Yes, or no, it was around our assessing our policies, which we did a study session on, we went to the max level of sales and use tax the prior council did, and we looked at a study session to see how do we right-size that discussion, because we are
You're talking
charging more.
about development fees and impact fees?
Yes, all that, and I know it's scheduled for April, and I'm curious if that's still on track for that discussion.
So we have an update from our consultant. They are finishing the final leg of the impact fee discussion. So depending upon whether or not we will be there, be able to present to you by that April 13th deadline remains to be seen. I will also share with you, we have had ongoing conversations with our development community, and we are collaborating in and around that conversation on impact fee, the user fees, I think there's an expression of thought and feedback that they will want to give to you all from what we've heard before we present. To you. So I'm leaning to that's going to shift from the 13th, knowing that we're still waiting on product, but also as we've engaged those in which it has an impact on, they are continuing to share their feedback, and they will also want to share their feedback with you all to help inform that policy discussion.
Is there any way to, I know we're waiting for the third party or the consultant. I guess is my sense of urgency is we need to have that discussion sooner than later versus if we push it off several months. Are you thinking several months push off, or is it more we can squeeze it into later study sessions? Because that is a critical aspect of us thinking about growth in the north.
I mean, the piece that is outstanding is in respect to roadway impact fees. You could have a piecemeal conversation around what the work that we've done to this point around the other aspects, and then come back to talk about that. So that's always an approach.
Okay.
I would say if you push it off, you're probably not going to come back till June timeframe, honestly, for that final piece, because there's and you want that to be right. I'll just leave it at that. But like I said, we have the other pieces that could be discussed in April. Now, it also is how do you want to weigh that discussion around your legislative authority and the conversations that those that are impacted wanted to have with you, and whether that's informative before or after that discussion.
I just would love to, and I guess this is a question for us as council. I would love to keep it on the April. I don't want to. I want that. It's such an important conversation to keep moving forward. It doesn't hurt us to have multiple conversations, in my opinion. But I think having that conversation about impact fees and not pushing it from April is important for me. But I guess I'm curious what the other council members have in mind as well.
Councilmember Trujillo.
I agree, and I mean, this is one of the things that, our businesses are looking for from us. It's at the forefront of what they were hoping for us to do. So, yes, definitely keep April and continue the conversations.
All right, Councilmember Garlola.
Yeah, I would agree also. I think it keeps us moving. It keeps it in the forefront. So definitely agree with Councilmember Dukes.
Councilmember Kim.
I would prefer to have the information to be accurate and correct, because what I'm afraid of is with regards to it being piecemealed, that it may not be, or it may have to come back at some point. That's my concern. So to what city manager had said with regards to third party, waiting on them, ensuring the information is accurate and correct as a whole, that's what I would prefer. And don't understand the delays, but I mean, it is what it is at this point. But yeah, I wouldn't want to piecemeal it altogether. That's all.
Just council, make sure you're, pay attention to our revenue stream too as well with these fees. So I just want to finish up on this compensation. So Adams County, 27%, Aurora, 27%, Commerce City, 27%, Brighton, Thornton get 5%, and Federal Heights get 1.1%, and then the ACC discretionary fund, which goes towards the legal cost, is 7.9%. So not even, but we're the closest to the airport. With that, it's 10:16, we're adjourned.